Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies for the delay. Our in-camera went a little longer than we would have thought. Welcome, everybody, to the Airdrie City Council meeting for September the 19th, 2016. And first up, I want to tell you that if there is an emergency, and there's a lot of you here tonight, the doors we came through at the front and also down the side, and if you have to use the facilities, they're just down the hall to my left. And from there, we'll go to item number 4 minutes, and I'll ask Councillor Hunter for adoption, please. 4.1.
Make a motion to adopt the minutes of the regular meeting, September 6, 2016.
Excellent. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. Item number 5, consent agenda. Does anyone other than myself want to see 5.1 moved to the under appointments and presentations? Okay. Can I get a motion, please, from Councillor Coulson to move 5.1, please?
A motion to move item 5.1 to the regular agenda.
Excellent. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. Oh. I think he was inclusive in those minutes on 4.2. Just to clarify, Sharon, we captured that correctly? Minutes of September 6th, did we capture the Planning Commission of September 7th, or sorry, July 7th as well?
If that is council's desire, your worship, yes, we need to do
that was your motion, sorry, Councillor Hunter?
No, it was minutes of the regular meeting, September 6th, so then I would like to acknowledge the minutes of municipal planning, July 7th and August 4th, 2016.
Okay, first we're going to move on Councillor Coulson's motion. All those in favor? Thank you. And now on to Councillor Hunter's motion. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. So we invite, I'm not sure who's coming up. Greg, you coming up? Sorry, just on the arenas, and this specific to Ron Evison, as it relates to the contract, and I know we have a confidential contract, but I want to know whose responsibility is to make sure that our advertising is full. Is it theirs? Is it ours? Because we have a lot of empty spaces there, and it's quite frustrating when you see, Alan Tennant real estate signs, and he's, been the president of Calgary Real Estate Board for 6 years now, up until last year. And I know that's not blaming anybody here, but there's lots of vacancies over there on both the gold and the blue. And I'm just curious to know, are we calling them? Are they not talking to our business community? What's happening there, please?
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. We've been working with the advertising company. Their reply has been to they'd rather see something up there rather than blank spaces. We have been working with them to take down some of the old ones. We also received an email just last week working with them that they have hired a local salesperson to go into our local community to hopefully up those ads within our local community and others as well. So there is someone working locally who will be going door to door here in Airdrie looking for more advertisement as well.
And the only thing I'd ask, and I know there's parameters around clauses within the contract, is that 20% return. I know AMHA and Airdrie Thunder and a number of other figure skating club. I think we could sell out, and it would be great to see that revenue stay in the community. So whenever the renewal is, that's a consideration of administration, that we leave it in the hands of the community and they keep the residual dollars.
I guess if that's council's wish to turn it over, I'm not sure if that's what you're commenting on.
I'm just saying in the future, certainly consider something. I don't know. I haven't made a motion. I guess I could make a resolution that said that, but we haven't really talked about it. I think we've talked about it in principle a few years ago, because we know it's a long-term contract and they're renewed every 5 years. I get that piece, but I just think it'd be great to see that 20% revenue. There's lots of minor hockey parents that have businesses in the community. I know they would advertise. It's just unfortunate not to see the money stay in the community. Councillor Coulson, please.
Just wondering through the chair if we would be able to do a procurement type of a thing where all the agencies could bid if they thought that they could manage and handle it with business, kind of similar to what we did with the Town and Country Centre.
You want to make that resolution?
I think we would need to, but no, they would manage the advertising, sorry.
Well, if we're going to direct staff, we can. Sharon, what's your call on that, please?
If I may, Your Worship, I would just like to indicate to Council that this current agreement is in effect until 2021. And so if council were to make a resolution today, you would have another council in
Yeah,
effect prior
no, I
to that
understand.
date.
Okay.
And so-
Yeah, I wouldn't be making a resolution to
Yeah,
that
thank
effect.
you.
Just a thought process maybe moving forward.
Yeah, just to
that-
plant the seed.
I don't know how easy it would be for those groups to work with the TV, like all the electronic devices and everything that were spoken to in the presentation, or in the.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm not sure on the extent. I just, like I said, I think
but
it's,
anyways, just a thought
Yeah.
process.
Excuse me, Your Worship.
yes, go ahead, Councillor Chapman.
With that 20%, would that be something that could come forward during budget this year? That 20% would show up in your budget line, wouldn't it? If you were to bring that forward with here's what it would look like with the 20%, without the 20%, if we did give that back to the stakeholders?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. It is in our budget. It is a line revenue that keeps the cost down in the arenas, that is, it pays the bottom line of the arena revenues at Genesis Place, Ron Emerson, and the Plainsman.
Okay. Yeah, I just, and if you could just, would be nice to know the progress, because the boards are pretty empty and so is the walls. If they're not doing their job, there must be a clause in there that says, you guys need to pick up your socks. And I know you're on it, so thank you, Greg, I appreciate it. Any other questions for Greg or his staff? Nope, there being none, thank you. Can I, Councillor Coulson, can I get a motion, please, to receive for information?
Motion to accept item 5.1 for information.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Item number 6, appointments and presentations. Introductions, Councillor Chapman, please.
Your Worship, it appears that we have Mr. Larry Anderson coming forward with a concern about some sound fencing. Mr. Anderson here. Here he comes.
I can't believe how many people came out for your sound fence presentation, Mr. Anderson. It's very unusual, to be honest with you, so.
Just take a seat there, Mr. Anderson, please, and there's a light on the middle, just that little button there in the middle. And whenever you're ready, you may make your presentation.
No, I don't believe so. Sorry, just hit your red button. And Carrie, there's a presentation. We just need the mouse, I think. Do you need a mouse, sir? And you need to hit your red button. There you go.
I got to lean way forward here, Jesus. Okay. So, good evening. My name is Larry Anderson. I've lived in Airdrie since 79 and moved to my current location of 188 Woodside Road in 91. There's 3 things I'd like to discuss. Number 1, how the city dealt with a sound privacy extension that I added to my existing rear fence, which backs onto First Avenue, just west of 8th Street, northwest. 2, the inconsistencies of how the city manages and maintains so-called Airdrie sound fences on busy roadways in Airdrie. And the 3rd one, clarification on city sound fencing. After providing this presentation to the city to review with council, I realized that the details of the first part, showing the emails, the letters, the telephone conversations that I had, was a bit overkill. Therefore, I will summarize and skip through most of the email letter images, which is basically images 1 through 9. If need be, we can return if further discussion is required. In the summer of 2015, I added a sound fence section to my existing fence that backs onto First Avenue, which is to be image 1. I guess it's not there anyhow. Within days, the city demanded I remove this addition.
Sorry, Mr. Anderson, let's just make sure, image 1, we having trouble with the screen? And if we could dim the lights, that'd be nice as well, please.
I'm sorry, Your Worship, this is actually a misunderstanding between us and Mr. Anderson. So if you give us one moment, we'll be able to pull that up.
All right, let's all hum. No?
What did he say? I didn't hear what he said. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, that's okay. Here it comes. Nope. That's an interesting one, though.
And I've only got 15 minutes. Is that how this works?
That's, yeah, I don't know what this is, but boy, interesting. So I saw Sully last night. Let me tell you, that's a very good film if you want to watch a
Yes.
good movie. Tom Hanks was fantastic. Sorry, Mr. Anderson. I'm sure it's not stressful with 500 of your closest friends behind you, right?
That's right.
And I will let everybody know we have problems with our YouTube video. It is not working and doesn't seem to be working. It will not be working for the rest of the evening, I don't believe. Back at the square again. No. Oh. There's an inappropriate one.
All right, we don't have to cover that part. I just want to get to the images. So the image would be first image. Okay, so that's the section that I added in 2015 to my existing fence on the backs on the First Avenue. Within days, the city demanded that I remove this addition with the emphasis on conformity, even though I could meet the height restrictions. I also provided the city with other examples of fences in my neighborhood that did not meet height or conformity compliance, in which the city totally ignored. Also, I inquired as to what options were available for me to appeal this decision and realized that the appeal process would cost me as much as $825, with little or no guarantee that it would work in my favor. So in the spring of 2016, I requested a copy of the bylaws restrictions as to constructing a privacy screen just inside of my existing fence that backs onto First Avenue. They replied with not having any regulations with privacy screen. However, the planning department granted me approval to construct an 8-foot privacy screen to be built on the inside of my existing fence. This past summer, I constructed a privacy sound screen that basically cost me more money and time, with the end result of the fence being even higher than the addition that I constructed in 2015 that was required to dissample. And that's image 10, if you don't mind. No. That's image 1. That's what I did in 2015. So try, is there an image 10? Okay, so that's what I ended up with after reconstructing this. So I ended up with a higher fence, and so dealing with the city on the sound privacy extension was a process riddled with inconsistencies, which I ended up finding a workaround. So that's the first part of that's discussion 1 I wanted to go through. Okay. Discussion 2 is, I just want to cover a little bit on this city sound fences, maintenance of city fences, and fence inconsistency. So that will be, the first slide that I will want for this will be 11B, if you can find it. I noticed near the beginning of July of this year that the city painted a section of residential fence on the west side of 8th Street, just south of First Avenue. I sent an email to the planning department with a question as to why this section of the fence was painted by the city with taxpayers' dollars. The reply was that the city only maintains city sound fences, which is shown on that figure. That's all, it's highlighted in red. However, the reply did not address why taxpayers are on the hook for these costs on selective fencing that appears to be little difference in construction height, material, and road offset to other non-city sound fences that back onto similar traffic volumes and noisy road levels. We could go to image 12, please. No, 12. Maybe the next one. Okay. Yeah, they're sorted different than they're actually numbered. Yeah, probably the easiest way just to go to the file. Okay, so basically, this is a picture that really of the area that I kind of homing in on, and that's the area that I live in. So. The larger image of the sound fence with the highlighted area that we would like to discuss in further detail. I decided to take a bicycle ride around my part of the neighborhood and take a few pictures to help council better understand the problems associated with sound fencing for residents and for the city. So next image, please. The image 13. Okay, this isn't going to work very well because it's only showing the top part. Yep, need the whole thing. It's page size. No, more. All right, now it's probably going to be a little hard to see, but anyhow. So, referring to this image, it's a Google area map of Woodside that I transposed the city sound fence onto it, which is that with the red. The numbers on this Google map relate to the picture images that follow. The expanded image is of my address, a location, and the bike route I took was north on Woodside Drive, east on Veterans Boulevard, south on 8th Street, and then west on First Avenue. Just another note, after I had recorded the following images on this bike ride, it was brought to my attention by a neighbor that the residents west of me, that also back onto First Avenue, received a letter from the city to repair and paint their fences, or the city would do the job and bill the owner. Don't get me wrong, I see the need to ensure that properties are maintained both by the city and by private property. It's just the iron fist approach that bothers me a bit. Okay, so could we go now? When I discussed this with who I dropped this off with, I wasn't sure whether it was Karen or not. The idea was to keep this image up. Well, I went to the pictures that go around this image. I don't know whether you can do that, can you? Okay, perfect, that's good. Yeah, that's what you had there was great. Okay, so then we want to go to image 13. Sorry, 14. That is 13. Sorry for all the confusion. Anyhow, okay, so this is on Woodside Drive that is the golf course. It's the golf course equipment yard. And it's almost 9 feet high and it's never been painted. And so the next one is picture 3, which is the south side of Veterans Boulevard up in the corner there, west of Woodside Drive, city sound fence, height 70 inches. No, that would have been, sorry, no, the image 16. No, that would. Sorry, I don't want to put everybody to sleep with this thing, but. So let's try to get back to image 15, which is basically picture 3 of the. Okay, so that's just that. Okay, that's an example of that part of that section of fence that is classified as a sound fence. And if we can go to the next image, please, 16, which would be image 4 off of the Google map. That is the south side of Veterans Boulevard, east of Woodside Drive. Again, city sound fence, height 96 inches, curve offset 29 inches. And I just wanted you to note the height above a road elevation. Image 17, please, which relates to image picture 5. Okay, so I was a little bit confused when I saw this, but it's basically the north side of Veterans, west of Woodside Drive, and it is not marked as a city sound fence. So that is maintained, I guess, by that condo. But I just find it inconsistencies kind of all over the place. Can we go to image 18, please, which relates to picture 6, which is on the north side of Veterans, east of Woodside Drive. Again, city sound fence, but I can't see the difference between that picture 5 or that's picture 6 versus the one we just saw before, picture 5. Image 19, please. Okay, which relates to 7. It's just the east side of 8th Street, south of Veterans, again, city sound fence. And image 20, which is picture 8. So this is the west side of 8th Street, south of Woodside Way, and it's a city sound fence. I just want you to note the condition. It's paint's required because they seem to be pounding on my neighbors that they're not maintaining theirs. Image 21, which relates to picture 9 of the Google map, is the west side of, again, the west side of 8th Street, south of Woodside Way. Again, a city sound fence, and it requires paint and repairs. You can see the bottom of the fence is popping out. Okay, image 22. I'm just about done. So anyhow, this will be relates to picture 10 in the corner. So in the northwest corner of First Ave and 8th Street, it's a city sound fence. Just note the height above elevation. That's all I'm trying to show you here. And there's a reason for all this. So image 23, again, picture 11, is also in the northwest corner of First Ave and 8th Street. It's a city sound fence. Again, just note the road elevation. So to me, this is where it starts to get a little bit interesting. So image 24 is in the northwest corner of First Ave and 8th Street. And it's a city sound fence. Note the height of above road elevation. More importantly, note the height of the fence at the corner, including a concrete wall. It's 9 feet 2 inches, and that was brought to the city's attention. That has been there forever, as long as I lived in Woodside since '91. So image 25 and image 26, which is basically 13 and 14. We can see the corner. No, that was fine. We can show that one. Now, again, what's happened here is that we are we've just note the difference in the height of the fence versus, and that's the tall one is the city sound fence. The lower fence that is now heading west of 8th Street is the standard 5-foot fence that is the responsibility of the property owners. Okay, so if we could please go to the next image, please, which would be 27, I think. Yeah, okay. So again, this shows the example of the two differences in the fence. Okay, this one here is, I just wanted to, this is west of picture 14 that we just looked at. Note the addition to the top of the original fence. That's been there for many years, and I also brought that to the city's attention. So the next images are on, the next images we can just go through if you don't mind. It's just 16, 17, 18, and 18B. You can just go through them. So now we are on the south side of First Avenue, west of 8th Street. And I just wanted to point out that the height is 76 inches, and it's in need of repairs and paint. Again, this is private property. These fences are the responsibility of the property owners. And note, I just wanted to make a note that I counted 4 yard gates in this section having access to First Avenue. I don't even know, is this legal? So let's go to the next picture, image 32, which would be picture, relates in picture 19. Okay, so this is taken from the south side of First Avenue, and it shows the extension that I call the privacy screen, I guess I'm calling it. I'm not putting the word fence in there. I added to the inside of my property. And the one thing I just wanted you to note was the height above the road elevation. Like, we're right on road. And where there's other fences that I was pointing out, the road elevation, with the road elevation being higher and then having that 5 foot or whatever that height fence is, it gives you that much more privacy. So if we could just go on to the last picture here, finally got there. And so this is, again, another picture of that fence that I've added this privacy screen granted by the city that has an offset of 6 inches from the existing, and they granted me the 8 feet. So what I've presented here is just a very small example of the fence problems in Airdrie. If I took a day, I could record, and I'm retired, I could record hundreds of fence issues on the sound fencing, height inconsistencies, materials, colors, maintenance within the city. The problem of maintaining and staying consistent, again, height, material, color, and shape, is not only going to get worse as a large percentage of these shared fences that back onto roads, parks, and pathways are nearing the end of their life. I don't believe property owners are aware of who is responsible. I also believe that the type and the style of older fences are dated as to height, material, colors, and forms. The allocation of sound fencing in Airdrie makes no sense as far as providing fairness of services to taxpayers. Okay, so now this brings me just to a couple of questions. The first question, why does the city staff only deal with complaint-driven issues? Why can they not be more proactive with fence issues, maintenance, and repairs? The problem is only going to get worse with time. And question 2, why is the city so inconsistent with managing and maintaining their sound fences? What constitutes a sound fence? Why are they salt and peppered through the city as there are many other fences on busy roads that are apparently the responsibility of property owners? Why do the heights of these fences that back onto busy roads ways so different? Why is the city and property owners maintaining dated fences as height, necessity, and colors and owners? Why do the height of these fences that back on the busy roads differ so much? So why is the city and property owners maintaining dated fences? I went through this already, sorry. It's duplicated on the second page here, but I guess why are my city tax taxes paying for Airdrie sound fence while I'm responsible for the cost of my fence that also backs onto a busy road. I feel that it's totally unfair that I am paying for city sound fence maintenance while paying to maintain my own fence that backs onto city property in which the city dictates old dated requirements. I have a little recommendation. The city should review their fence policy on how to maintain and manage fencing that backs onto busy roads, parks, and pathways, period. The city should take fence responsibility more serious. That's my take on it. To start with, to upgrade sound fence coverage. That they fall into the above categories. As to provide proper height requirements, materials, workmanship, and color consistency. Still awake?
Are you
Sorry,
kidding?
but it all started out by the city beating me up because I wasn't following height restrictions, and yet I got around it by building it on the inside, and it's just a few inches inside, so.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson. So I like the first one better, just saying. I wish you to come forward before you disabled the fence and talk to council. And I'm not disrespecting staff, but it'd be great to have had a conversation with you first. Maybe we could have preempted some of this stuff.
Well,
You
fair
brought up
enough.
some amazing information that we need to certainly, your recommendation was spot on. I was wondering how we're going to answer all of your questions until you came up with your last recommendation, which I very much appreciate. A lot of thought went into this presentation. What was the cost associated with building the first part and the second part, please?
The first part was about $700. The second part was $600.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, it's late on. Councillor Hunter, please.
Through the chair, so first and foremost, thank you for the level of detail. Thank you for, it's easier just to walk away, and you know the old saying, why fight, or you can't fight City Hall. In this particular instance, not only did you bring good information forward, just for an update, Mr. Anderson had approached one of his neighbors who contacted me, went over there, looked. Myself went around the city, looked at fences around the city, significant number in disrepair that are owned by the city. Some of them we're not sure who owns them, and the follow-up to it is so after this beautiful piece of artwork, and I wish you could build me a fence like that, was put up, the neighbors immediately to the west of them, right next door, and I believe the house numbers went from 192 to 216 Woodside Boulevard, were all given notice on July 18th. They needed to paint their fences by September 1st. They were given the color match. Interestingly, when you go look at some of those fences, paint is really hard to adhere to rotten fence boards. In quite a few cases, their boards are missing and things like this. And so you alluded to heavy-handed tactics. In fairness to staff, they're interpreting some rules that I think maybe are antiquated. But again, the answer to part of it was, and I brought a motion before to council, and we're waiting on a report back, is how does the city deal with what we would consider a frivolous complaint? So my understanding that this action against you was born by a complaint. And so typically, as is the process, they don't tell you who the complainant is. But my question was, so what do we do if it's frivolous? And so in my mind, what you did was nice. When you looked at the one a little bit further down, that was, I believe, higher when you, as you said, measured the road elevation. This, in my mind, from a common sense perspective, would have said, this seems to be a frivolous complaint, and to advise the complainant that we're not going to take action, but you're more than welcome to take action yourself and let them spend the money that you were told you could spend, so we could dismiss a frivolous complaint that is a waste of everybody's time, yours included. And so as a result, what had happened is you were made to take down a perfectly good, and most of the people can see, a very nice renovation to that fence, take it down and put it right in behind it, which made absolutely no sense. So you've still got a little bit more height because you added what was there, and the resulting action seemed to be that, oh, by the way, and I'm not sure that we got a complaint from 192 to 216. So if we're in fact complaint driven, and I'll ask this question as staff, does this mean that we got a complaint about every one of those fences on that list that were given July 18th, they were told to paint it by September 1st, because I have a couple of challenges with that. In these economic times, and if we say to city staff, we've got some fence in disrepair, typically it takes a couple of months to come back to us with a report, comes back to us with costs associated with, and it ends up moving into next year's budget. So if we're going to treat the city's property and fences in a fashion that gives you that window of time, giving these residents from July 18th to September 1st to comply or else, would allude to the heavy-handed tactics you spoke about. So again, I would maybe ask staff to answer some of those questions. And again, the motion before council was frivolous complaints of any kind, and I would deem this to be certainly frivolous, and really a different tact could have been taken right at the beginning and the onset of this, and hopefully it's going to encourage us, and thank you for coming forward, to make sure that when we look at something like this, that we say, is this really necessary? Do we really need to do this? Because I've talked to a lot of your neighbors. Some of them, one of them I believe complied with painting the fence. The others haven't. I knocked on the doors, couldn't get them home. But one lady said to me, well, I'm really afraid, I mean, the fence is kind of beat up, and we're planning to build a new one, but I'm really concerned that if I don't get this done by September 1st, I'm going to be in trouble, and I don't want to be in trouble. So again, really concerning, and I look forward to staff kind of asking or telling us and telling the citizens, where do we go from here?
Sorry, Councillor Hunter, you said a lot.
The
so
sound fence?
What question are you wanting to direct to staff?
So first and foremost, that staff come back with where our fencing policy is now, whether it be sound fences.
Sorry, are you looking for that this evening, or are you looking for that in the future?
No. So obviously, staff's going to have to go away and come back with what the policy is and how we can potentially update it and avoid, as you saw it, there doesn't seem to be rhyme or reason as to how it's applied. So how do we get that for the city and for the citizens?
Sorry, so you also talked about residents that have received letters to paint?
Right.
Is that a concern? Or do you want someone to address those, to speak to those residents directly, or are you talking about a city street, or what?
So the second piece of that was residents have been directed to paint the fence by September 1st. I guess to revisit those fences and ask why we're asking them to paint fences that are broken and coming apart and rotten and things like this, and to maybe revisit that and decide how we're going to handle that, and then to go forward to say, so what do we do when this happens again? Because as Mr. Anderson alluded to, he's been around the city, and this is only one small piece of the city that he's seen this. So the what do we do with sound fences? How do we determine you get to pay for this, but the city pays for this one on his street? It turns a corner. So it stops there, and it turns a corner. Cities here, residents take over here. A lot of the people I talked to had no idea that they were responsible for that fence. They actually assumed that the city would take care of it, and they were just a little short of money, and that's why it was in disrepair. So there's a lot of confusion as to what the responsibilities are in the community.
Councillor Haig.
Thank you, Worship. I think I asked this question, I think, 5 or 6 years ago, and I did go around and I measured fences and got the response about sound fences being different than privately owned fences, which the ones along First Avenue are privately owned, the ones along 8th Avenue are privately owned, and I said at that time that there was a vast difference in the height of fences, some being 10 to 12 feet versus the 8 feet along the north part of the, I guess you could say, old Woodside. So I don't know if we need a motion to get that answer. Is this not covered in the, can I ask this of staff, Your Worship?
Absolutely.
Covered in the land use bylaw as to, I believe I received a response quickly at that time. And what is the process when those those properties fall into disrepair, and whose responsibility is that?
Welcome, Stephen. Welcome, Lauren.
Yeah, Your Worship, members of council, and for residents in the gallery, I'm Lauren Stevens with the Director of Community Infrastructure, and I have with me Stephen Utes, who's the acting team leader for planning. And we're here to answer any questions council may have. I'll speak to any sound fence and policy related issues, and Stephen can speak to any enforcement related issues if that's of interest to council. And we're certainly happy to return back to council with a subsequent report on this particular matter if council would find that useful. With respect to the sound fence policy, council may recall that an update to the sound fence policy came in front of council on July 4th of this year. And just to give a little bit of context to the cycle, I guess, if you will, with sound fence, is when a new development goes in, there's an evaluation done that looks at the grades of the road, the grades of the yard, and it looks at the projection of traffic for approximately a 25-year period, which more or less equates to the intended life cycle of a fence. It also considers the volume of truck traffic, and based on that, what comes out of that is there's either a sound fence requirement, and the sound fence is one that is installed by the developer and maintained by the city, or there's a screen fence where it's simply a perimeter fencing where it doesn't serve, it's not intended to serve a direct sound benefit. So as council has seen from Mr. Anderson's presentation, based on the grades that exist in different residential developments, based on the intended traffic or the projected traffic volumes, that will drive different elevations in sound fence. So as a for instance, I know if you drive the section of 8th Street between Veterans Boulevard and First Avenue, generally the sound fence is quite short. It's probably in the range of about 4 feet. But it's also, if you take into account the grades of the backyard and so forth, it still meets, if the grading was not such, there would be a higher sound fence there. So for instance, Highway 2, Veterans Boulevard, those can be significantly higher. So that is done, again, that assessment is done by the original, as a condition of the original development. Staff do go out and we've, with the updated council, or the updated policy that council has endorsed, we do monitor traffic volumes. We do additional sound assessments on every 3-year basis, actually set out test receivers in backyards where we are getting specific complaints. And we've done that work this year. We are in the process of collecting data for not only sound evaluation criteria, but also just general traffic volume changes in the community. So I'm hoping that gives some context to the difference in sound fence heights, but it is driven by an engineering evaluation and that will vary depending on where you are in the community in terms of the amount of traffic that's being projected, the amount of truck traffic that generates additional noise, and also the grading parameters associated with both the lot and the roadway.
And Lauren, we're assuming also that the regulations, rules have changed over time with the development and growth year over year, right? So you've got examples of what happened yesterday and what we're going to do going forward. So I saw the guys, they're chalking the concrete. So do we drive around the city, look at all the red that Mr. Anderson plus the rest of our fences annually and do an assessment through parks and say, yes, this area has to be done this year? Or how does that process work?
Through your worship and to members of council, we last undertook a comprehensive sound fence evaluation last year, and so that evaluated the condition of fences. It also, in terms of selecting for this year where the actual sound assessments, the sound acoustic monitors were set up, we based that on feedback we get from the community. And so we do have some recurring places that may be getting close to a threshold. We'll go back and do additional sound evaluations on. So there's 2 parts of it. One is the acoustic monitoring, and again, we've done that this year, and that's on a 3-year cycle. And then there's a sound fence condition evaluation, and we last did our comprehensive one last year that showed us where we need to potentially do repairs or remediation.
So as it relates to Mr. Anderson's fence that he built initially and then had to build the one in behind, What was the logic behind that? Was there any chance for review? Just curious from planning where that came from and how the decision was made. He pointed out a tremendous amount of challenges throughout just Woodside. I don't know what it's like in other communities. I've noticed degradation in a lot of different areas, but yeah, I understand there's letters out to residents that align with him to paint their fences, but I walked over there yesterday and a lot of them are rotten at the bottom and stuff. So I don't think that would be a great example of upgrading. So maybe rather than prolong the conversation that I agree with Mr. Anderson. I appreciate you guys did your comprehensive evaluation last year. Maybe we need to review the policies and procedures again in more detail. I know it was part of the land use framework. It was a fairly big document. I didn't focus a tremendous amount of time on it. This came to my attention just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, directly with conversations with Mr. Anderson. So I'm not sure if Councillor Hunter, if you want to make a motion,
Yeah,
or if anybody else would like to comment first. Sorry, Councillor Chapman will comment.
Your Worship, thank you. I just have a question. Mr. Anderson, I'm Chair of Subdivision Appeal Board, and I see here that the appeal could cost as much as $825. Where did that come from, up to $825? Sharon, what is our fee for an appeal?
Through the chair, the appeal for Subdivision and Development Appeal Board is $150. And in this particular instance, just one moment, please. I didn't specifically catch the mechanism for the enforcement. So depending on what it was, it may or may not go through Subdivision and Development Appeal Board.
No,
If it was a stop order under the land use bylaw, then it would.
Okay. I was just reading through here that Mr. Anderson had stated that the appeal could cost as much as $825, and I'm just curious, Mr. Anderson, where you got that from.
Well, if you, I don't know whether you've got copies of the images, the letters that I initially provided, but if you go to that image 3, it's the letter that I received from the city. It outlines the process that I can, the different types of processing I can apply for to appeal. And if you do the math, it's $825. And that is, it's image 3. Yeah, so I've highlighted, this is the email that I got from Rhonda Day at the planning department, and you know, you've got the first fee is $25, and the planning would have limited authority and would likely refuse the application. Then you have 14 days to appeal this decision, and yada yada, and it consists of community members and city councils, and if that doesn't work, then the appeal to the SDAB allows you to provide your perspective on things, another $150. You can make application to the city municipal planning commission, a higher level of development, which may or may not grant you your request, $300 fee. So, and then we get into should the planning, the municipal planning commission refuse the application, you can do a further appeal to the SDAB for a second opportunity to hear, another $150. So, and then you may, and then you may appeal this stop order to the SDAB for another $150. So, I'm going, well, why would I waste my money knowing fair well that the chances at the end would probably not be in my favor? So I put the money into doing a different construction.
Thank you very much. I wish we would have seen it at SDAB.
Councillor Hunter.
So a couple things. So the first fence looked great. Again, that frivolous, you know, going out there and enforcing something that really was questionable. I don't know how those decisions are made, nor do am I interested in getting into that debate here tonight. I think it stands to reason that there are some concerns in that area. That street now on First Avenue, as Airdrie expands, has become significantly busier than it has. The fence directly across the street from that is in disrepair and it needs new boards, new paint, et cetera, et cetera. So again, all of those different things. I don't know what the process would be to look at First Avenue, sound attenuation, all those different things. In Mr. Anderson's case, he's already taken action on that one, but if it is found that the traffic warrants more sound fencing along there, I'm not sure what that would look like, because right now they're being told that those fences are theirs and they're theirs to maintain, and they even get to be told what the colors are and when they should be painted. So if that would change, then what does that do to, if we've now decided that because of the business and the traffic, and again, we get a lot of buses there, there's a couple of schools there, things like that. So
Sorry, Councillor Hunter, we could go on for a while. What do you want to make a motion?
yeah, so
Okay,
I
please.
believe I made a motion that staff come back with sort of maybe I would say a user-friendly or a resident-friendly description of when it's your fence, here's your obligation. When it's the city's fence, and when does that apply and how does that apply? Because there's confusion as to what sections of a lot of fences are.
That's a big motion, so, sorry. Can we just, sorry, Mr. Anderson, one last question. What was your final recommendation for a motion? I can't see it in the report, unless we can bring it up. Oh, perfect. There's the recommendation. So, Councillor Hunter, it encompasses what you said, but if you could make that motion, can I pass this to you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So the recommendation that I'm reading says the city should review their fence policies on how to manage and maintain fencing that backs onto busy roadways, parks, and pathways. City should take the fence responsibility more seriously to start with, upgrade their sound fence coverage that follow into the above categories as to provide proper height requirement, materials, workmanship, and color and consistency. Did you capture that, Sharon?
Yes,
No, Your Worship, but I'm trusting that's in the package.
it's in the package. It's word for word what was written. Thank you so much. Any other commentary? Yes, Councillor Coulson.
Just for clarification, are we asking city staff to, just that last piece about,
Sorry.
if you could read it back, Your Worship?
Yes.
About.
So just the last
city
sentence?
staff,
That follow into the above categories as to provide proper height requirement, materials, workmanship, and color consistency. Now, though that framework is in place, I just have to see how that all aligns once staff come back with the details.
okay, so we're
If
not
that-
directing
is that okay
staff
with you,
to
Stephen?
implement anything, they're coming back with a report.
Yes,
Okay.
that's our request.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's a problem at all for staff to come back with a report, and I don't want to belabor it much this evening, but there are sections within our fence policy and the community standards bylaw which relate to these specific circumstances. This is a rear-to-rear yard fence and not a sound fence, and I want to make that clear, but I think that would form part of our report.
Yeah, if you could provide all the details, Stephen, that would be awesome. Thank you, Lauren. Okay, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Mr. Anderson, all I can say is I apologize for the challenges, and I appreciate all your detailed work, and it's very much appreciated from all of my council colleagues in our administration. And we'll look forward to getting back to you very shortly.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure the rest of you are here for the dog bylaw that's coming up. All right, so we're moving on to item number 6.2, and I'll ask Councillor Haig to make a motion.
So I have a motion, Your Worship, in relation to Airdrie Main Street Square, and it's a council motion, and I'll read it for you. That council indicate to Airdrie Main Street Square that they will not entertain a decision on financing for the square until the new year. That's the first part. Second part is they direct the board to make a formal presentation to council on the square project on October 17th, and that further public consultation be conducted over the next 3 to 4 months.
Okay, any commentary on the motion? Councillor Hunter.
Certainly I do. I'm sure many of the people, I've spoke to a lot of the people here. I will be, I would like, once discussion's finished, I would like to make an amendment to that motion, please.
I don't think there's any other discussion.
So then I would amend the motion to say that any further decisions on this be brought to a plebiscite in the 2017 election to give residents a chance to say what they want to do with their city.
It seems like we're not that partial in the audience tonight. Any other conversation, questions? So, Councillor Heggs was the man who made the motion, so
So just, I guess, right now, I'm not feeling I'm in favor of that amendment yet until we hear these motions, and if council decides at that time that they don't have or wish to have a plebiscite, then they can move ahead with that after the presentations have been made by the board and council's had their discussion.
Councillor Chapman.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Haig. I think if we have numerous public consultation periods and lots of public consultation, we'll have time after that to decide if we do want to push that to a plebiscite. Plebiscites are expensive. They do cost some money. Obviously, we're talking about a large... Sorry? 20 million?
Sir, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, please. If you're up here talking, we're respectful. We expect the same in return. Let Councillor Chapman please
So
finish
I
his
think
remarks. Thank you.
With the public consultations we will have time to see if we are required to have a plebiscite.
Any other commentary? Yes, Councillor Burley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think everybody, most of the people in the crowd know me. When I make a decision, it's based on all the information I've received, and I've not received all the information yet. The plebiscite, to me, is not why we're elected. We're elected to make decisions based on the public will and the public good for the public. By going to plebiscite, I think we're not taking that seriously, and that's why we ran. We ran to represent the public, and by going to plebiscite, it just he said, she said, and then it could come down to a vote that really isn't what the public actually wants. Who gets out on that day. So I'd rather have it go through the consultation, and if at that time that we still have a lot of divisiveness on it, maybe then we do. But at this time, I'd rather just see it come forward in a public consultation.
Yes, Councillor Golson.
I would agree with Councillor Burley in that we haven't done full public consultation. So at this point, it would be very difficult to have your mind made up or my mind made up because I haven't heard from everybody. And this is week 2 of us releasing the website. So I would like to hear from everybody.
Councillor Hunter.
So point of clarification, if the amendment won't be allowed, I will be bringing forward a separate and independent motion during council board reports that we take this to a plebiscite and allow all the citizens to be part of the decision instead of the 7 that are up here. Thank you.
So my commentary is simple. We have a community of 62,000. Whether you're for something or against it, and people know my opinion on the process. I'm all about processes. I know all the developers out there, all you business owners, you make decisions on good information. I'm not going to defer a decision because I've heard from a couple of hundred people or we have a council chambers that are full. There's 62,000 people out there. Okay, whether I'm for it or against it's irrelevant. I want to get all the information because who's to say in January when the information comes through that it's supported? Let the process follow through. I completely agree with my colleagues. This isn't a plebiscite decision. I'm sorry. This development could shrink. It could be a multitude of different things. That's why we're opening it up to conversations with people in the public. I believe everybody's aware that our library is quite small for a community our size. Been to Grand Prairie. I've been to other communities our size across the province. Ours is the smallest library by a mile. Okay? So there are some things that need to be addressed in this community, and we have the ability to address them with my council colleagues that were elected. I agree with you 100%, Mr. Burley. I'm not deferring a decision, but I want to get all the information together, and then we can make a good decision going forward, period. Councillor Haig, I believe you're not accepting the friendly amendment, correct?
I think it's an amendment, Your Worship, and I've spoken against it. For the
Perfect.
reasons everyone
Okay.
else has stated as well.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. It has not been amended. All those in favor? Sorry, Councillor Hunter, you had a comment.
I do. Thank you for giving me that time. So arguably, there's a lot of information out there, and this isn't about just making a decision. This is about whether we fundamentally are going to use tax dollars to compete against businesses in our community that are struggling. We keep hearing that it's about a library, but how a library turns into a strip mall, and then I believe it was 87,000 square foot city hall, is a much bigger thing. And anybody that thinks that our residents are going to be able to get all that information back in January, digest it, and make an informed decision, this is the most significant development this city's ever seen. And I'm elected the same as everybody else to make decisions, and the decision that I've heard very clearly across this community is that the decision needs to be made by the community, not by this council. And so I will be bringing forward a motion during board reports that we take this to a plebiscite,
No,
and we can very clearly demarc the lines as to whether who it works for the city and who works for the citizens. Thank you.
So at the end of the day, if all of you, and I was going to go into great detail, so we have Airdrie Main Street Square. It's a board of directors, which is made up of my colleagues, and we have 2 staff members, our finance director, and we have Mr. Schultz, our city manager. Oh, okay. So it's a for-profit corporation. We own the ATB branch site, cross over there. We own this building, and we own the Scotiabank Plaza, okay? That was purchased back in 2004. And actually, at the time, it was a very good decision based on the cost of this building and converting this city hall from a department store. I wasn't involved back then. It was a grocery store, sorry. And we have the city hall that's before us today, okay? So we are in the business, like Councillor Hunter has said, and others have verified, but at the end of the day, no decision is going to be made until such time as the public has all of their questions answered. And yes, I agree 100% with Councillor Hunter. I'm a most transparent guy going, probably too much so, but that's the way the process works. We get the feedback, we figure out how we're going to best move forward. I look out in the audience and I don't see an empty chair. We don't have this very often, but it certainly isn't the majority of our community here. They have a say as well. And by just saying we're not going to do anything when we don't have all the information, I know that you don't have all the information. I know I don't have all the information. I don't know what the operating costs of a library. I don't know whether it's 30,000, 44,000. There's a lot of questions to be answered as we move forward through the process. But give it time, folks. We've basically clarified in this motion that absolutely no decision would be made this year until we've had proper consultation with our community, where we've met and we've spoken to everyone and we've answered all the questions. I know everyone here has questions. I know that because believe me, my phone's been ringing off the hook from the pros and from the cons. There are people out there who support this, ladies and gentlemen. I hear the clapping for the other side, but I can assure you, people that are not part of this development, that are not part of the library board, these are community members who phoned me specifically and said, are you crazy? How can you be not for this thing? It looks fantastic. I lived in this community. We had this thing. I loved it. My family was always there. So there's a lot of things to consider here. It isn't just a plebiscite to take that authority away. I'm more than willing to stand up with my convictions. That's why I was elected. It's in the MGA. I appreciate Councillor Hunter's passion. I don't disagree with him, but I believe if the process is fair and everybody has their 2 cents, and then 7 people make a good decision on behalf of the community, the right things will happen. Certainly been my experience the last 6 years. And I'll say even before I became the mayor, I've been very happy with a lot of the decisions that this council's made and this administration. So I'm not sure on the point of clarification, Sharon. What Councillor Haig was saying that we had to vote on the friendly amendment, right? Or can he just refuse the friendly amendment from his motion?
Typically, this council has either included or not included friendly amendments. In light of this particular amendment, I would recommend that you vote on the amendment.
So vote separately on Councillor Hunter's amendment? Or, because, sorry, there was a motion on the floor from Councillor Haig.
Correct.
So we need to address that first, and then we'll hear as...
No, Your Worship, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead,
Your Worship.
please.
So-
Correct me. You know I'm
So
not
how
doing
thi-
this
So
right.
how this would work is Deputy Mayor Haig has made his original motion to the floor. Alderman Hunter has made an amendment to that motion. You would deal with the amendment first, and then depending on what happens with that amendment, then you would either deal with the amended resolution or the resolution as it stood in its original form.
Okay, gotcha.
So through the chair, I would like to withdraw that amendment.
Oh, okay.
I will be bringing a further motion
Under
during board
Board
reports.
reports?
Thank you.
Okay. And you said Alderman Hunter. I know you don't make mistakes, but it is Councillor Hunter. Just wanted to clarify that, yeah. So we have a motion on the floor, and this is the other piece, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of passion out there right now. I've seen things that I don't even want to talk about, to be quite frank with you. It brings out the worst in people. It also brings out the best in people. You know, remember, Facebook's a great tool, but I don't look at it anymore because I find it difficult to believe that we can't have reasonable, respectful dialogue around something that we're all very passionate about. We can all agree on one thing here. Everyone here loves Airdrie, right? Am I wrong? A smattering of applause from the Carstairs individuals over there. I don't know what was going on. But it's the truth. We're passionate, but that's the other piece of the next section. So, and I'll get to that once we hear Councillor Haig. We've already heard his motion. Do we need to say it again? I don't think so. So all those in favor of Councillor Haig's motion, please. Thank you. All those opposed? One opposed, Councillor Hunter. The motion's carried. Thank you. So now we're moving into public question period. So part of Councillor Haig's motion is, let me try and back up. So we have a public consultation process associated with that motion. So before this thing comes to council to make a decision, it will be declared a public consultation, which means it'll be a public hearing, which means everybody will be heard, okay? So this evening, as everybody knows, I'm all about bringing everybody in. I rarely limit, because we don't have a lot of people, quite frankly, so thank you for coming. And so I wish it was on TV. I've never addressed a crowd this size. But the reality of where we sit is that public question period is not really a Q&A. So we can capture. So there's a couple of things I've done ahead of time. And don't go groaning yet, because I haven't said anything. So the procedural bylaw is clear that council endorsed back in April. It says half an hour for public question period. Now, don't say anything yet, please. So there's a number of things. So if you're out there right now and you hear your question answered, don't get up and speak. Show the courtesy to the next person. I'm fine with hearing what you have to say. We don't have a huge agenda. But if you believe that your question will be answered, we have pad and paper outside. Sharon has put pens and paper out there. Put your question down. Some of you may not be comfortable addressing council. I don't know. We're a very welcoming group. But we'd encourage you to be really respectful of the time. Don't take your full 5 minutes. Don't make a statement. You know, we don't want any grandstanding. If you have a question, come forward. If it's around the finances, specific to the finances. If it's really I won't pick on Max because he's in the front row, but if it's an accounting question specific to certain things, I'd really rather have it in writing so that I could actually review it myself and then see the answer from administration as well. Just saying. So if everyone's respectful of the time, we do allocate 5 minutes. I'm going to open up the floor. You guys can come forward. But just remember, everybody wants to speak, and the last thing I'll remind everyone, this is a respectful place, period. We're going to be respecting each other, and if I see anything getting at hand, catcalling in the back, I'll ask you to leave. If we're not going to be respectful, if we're going to take my name in vain, which I'm used to, but I won't allow it. So I want you to be specific with your questions, be as quickly as you can, and as I say, we really appreciate it because we will be having another public consultation period in January, as per the motion. This place could be lined up outside. I remember a time for the Habitat for Humanity build where there was 100 people standing outside of these chambers wanting to address council for that initiative back in 2007 or 8, I can't recall, but anyway, with that, I'll welcome, please come forward. You have a question for council? Sorry, Councillor Chapman.
No problem. Can I just remind that there is a public consultation on September 27th this month, not starting in January? You had mentioned January.
Sorry, no, I apologize. again, I'm getting ahead of myself. So when this comes to council for decision in January, it will be set up exactly the same way as a public hearing. We just call it a different name. You're either for or against it. You come in and you have your 5 minutes. And that will be available to we will be here till 5 in the morning if we have to, or we'll postpone or adjourn our meeting and we'll carry on if there's that many people that want to speak to it. But that's really going to be the time. And I would encourage you, because I really firmly believe not all of you have all the information. I don't, and I'm on the board. So if you don't have all the information and you think we're going to get it for you in the next 2 months, again, show courtesy to the people who are here and hold off on your questions until you get that information, if you feel comfortable, okay? We want to be fair and reasonable, okay? Sorry, Mr. Schultz.
Just through your worship, further points of clarity. I think the direction received tonight was to not only have September 27th, but through to the end of the year, there'll be an entire public consultation process designed, so there'll be several other opportunities for public to submit their questions or come to open houses or whatever is designed, and that will be coming forward to the board and council shortly.
Councillor Burley.
One quick comment, Your Worship. For
Yep.
those of you that can't be here in January for whatever reason, maybe you're gone to Phoenix for the winter or whatever, I wish, you can submit your questions ahead of time, and they will be addressed at that meeting as well.
Are you wishing they were gone or you were gone? I wasn't sure on that one. Okay.
January in Phoenix, hey.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding, everybody. Okay, so we have a couple of comments, and then we will get started with public question period. Councillor Hagan, then Councillor Hunter, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think inherent in my motion was that there will be a process and that will be fleshed out. So that will include dates and times and opportunities for people to share publicly with, whether it's Airdrie Main Street Square board members, publicly their thoughts and feelings, even prior to that process as well, too. Am I correct? That's your understanding?
That is 100% correct. That's my understanding. Councillor Hunter.
So let me first say how disappointed I am that live streaming is not available tonight. I can tell you that.
Sorry, Councillor Hunter, our voices are on, we're on live, actually, but the pictures are not.
So the pictures are not. And again, with the money that we spend on things, perhaps an update to our technology so people could see the body language, the faces and everything. I'm very disappointed that, and this isn't the first time. So again, I would challenge us to get better at making sure. So people took the time and came here. A lot of people expected that they would be able to see what's going on and listen to what's going on. And one more time, we can't provide that, and I'm very disappointed.
So I don't disagree with you, because this thing has been plaguing us for quite a while. So can you make a motion, sir, that we delve into the issues that are around this thing and get this thing fixed once and for all? I agree wholeheartedly.
So I would make a motion that our staff and whatever departments need to be involved to make sure that we devote the time and energy to making sure that we can present all of our council meetings and hopefully other board meetings to our citizens in something that's been available but hasn't been perfected in a long, long time.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Yes, it's unanimous. Did you capture that, Sharon? I know you're a fast handwriter.
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you so much. All right, welcome. Please come forward. And you have to just give your name and the community you live in. You do not have to give your address. See, there's somebody willing to come forward. Welcome. Just sit down. The light's on already. I'm ready to go. Yeah, and by the way, if you're not here for Main Street Square, please, you can ask any question of council.
Can I go ahead? My name is Maurice Stiff. I live on an acreage, actually, and we were annexed into Airdrie as well. And so, but I work in Airdrie, and I'm a self-employed realtor here, and I represent a lot of clients. What I'm concerned about as we talk about this all coming to council and the dates that it's coming and everything else, that there's no other options being presented. No prudence in what we're doing for the expansion of, when you came into City Hall here, there must have been some plans when you grew out of City Hall, what did it look like? And I believe that was that you were going to evict tenants and take over space. Why are we not looking at those types of things? If parking's an issue and things, why are we not beefing up maybe transit maybe putting some incentive to City Hall workers to come forward with some things that we can get less traffic. What are the issues and why haven't citizens been made aware of that?
Is it Maury?
Yes.
Thank you. Great questions. So we've asked them, actually. Really hard to put a year and a half worth of information in 2 minutes to all of you, okay? It is. We've had countless meetings. So all of us here, including our 2 board members that aren't on council, because the buildings are starting to look, a little bit old, we've had lots of issues with mechanical, HVAC issues, leakages in the roofs, lots of different issues. So Airdrie Main Street Square has a bank account. So we took money from that bank account because we all agreed that we need to look at options. So what are the options available to us? So they fleshed out a number of options. The one you're seeing is the one that the majority of the board supported, okay? Not everybody on the board supported this layout. There was a number of iterations of what it could or could not look like. Whether or not the board, I guess that's a conversation the board would have to have as to whether or not we want to show those other iterations, right? I asked the question.
I think it's prudent that we do.
Yeah, I agree.
I totally
okay,
think we do.
But the other piece was I asked the question you asked, because I was always under the same impression when City Hall is busting at the seams, because I was here when they bought it and I worked in this building, I thought we were moving out there. But that, I mean, I can't recall your response, Mr. Schultz. Can you elaborate, please?
Through your worship, I'll do my best here, and maybe back in 2004, you're in fact correct. When this property was bought, it was bought with the intention of, number one, starting with City Hall. Later, the library came. As the city grew, we could utilize the space, potentially bump out City Hall out front and utilize retail spaces. So that in fact is true. And now I'm just going to speak, I guess, as one of the board members. The options that you're talking about were presented, and I guess it'd be further discussion whether we make those all the options public. I think it was a process given needs of burgeoning library, eventually City Hall space, and I'd throw in parking issues and an aging mall. And so really all those factors led to going through the options and picking the one that's now becoming for you and public. So I'm not disputing what you're saying, but I just wanted to give that context going back then.
And I think as a citizen, I'm a realtor as well, and so I know that useful life of a building or economic useful life of a building is typically about 50 years, and you maintain it, you put all of those things in. So it seems a little bit flagrant that a 27-year-old mall can't be updated and can't be maintained in order to, put our library into that. And our library shouldn't matter whether Medicine Hat has a bigger one or whoever has a bigger one. It's what we need here and how our expansion program is here for the current buildings. And so,
sorry, that was a bad example. I was just sharing some thoughts.
Yeah.
Thousands of things flying in and out of my mind every day.
And everybody's
I
got
apologize.
similar thoughts where we feel like, and quite frankly, this is like a great, it's beautiful, it's wonderful. But I also think that due to the economic times and the things that families without, half-employed
Okay, so Maura, I don't want to cut you off, but remember questions.
True.
You're making statements, and we're all listening.
Okay.
We're all listening.
I
We
would
are
like
being
to see
recorded.
a second option, so it's not us voting or looking at those things based on only one option. I would like to see that there's a number of options that council has come to, and the ones that citizens can feel comfortable going
Perfect.
forward with.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Welcome. Those 2 people coming up. Ladies first. Ladies first. How often do you cut a lawyer off walking to the front of a room, huh? Yeah. Yeah, just hit your light. Remember, just need to say the community you live in, if it's Stonegate or wherever. Yep.
Okay, my name is Nikki Nordic and I live in Sagewood. And my question is about the dog bylaw, specifically the limit to the number 3. So across Canada, there is not really a limit to the number of dogs a person can take to the off-leash dog park. So my question is, what issues are we seeing in Airdrie that the other communities across Canada are not seeing? And what research has been done to identify that limiting the number of dogs per person is the answer?
Nikki, are you sticking around, or are you going to stay for the whole thing?
I am.
So, staff, who's here? Is Lynn here? Lynn, do you want to answer that during the reading on that, or do you want to take it now? It's up to you. Is that okay with you, Nikki, if you're going to stick around? Because a lot of that question was answered at the last meeting, but yeah, for sure. Okay, excellent. And thank you for your correspondence. I did review it today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Coulson, for forwarding that info. Welcome.
Your Worship and member of councils and city staff. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Jim Hassett, and I'm a very proud citizen of Airdrie. I'm a businessman in Airdrie, and I'm also a very proud member of the Facebook group that's called Airdrie Screwed, that some of you have probably heard, and many people are out here tonight. And if you can't call that community engagement, I don't know what community engagement is. What I would like is a little bit of a commitment from council, is just to receive all of the paper questions tonight as information, so everybody doesn't have to come up, if they can just leave them, and all the questions will be answered, and the commitment to answer these.
Mr. Allison, absolutely, for sure.
One more commitment I would like, and I have one question, is just how many public members are on the board of Airdrie Main Street Square?
Currently, there is none, but we have 2 vacancies.
Could we get a commitment from this council to make it an equal public and private board, so that we have half members, to restore a little bit of confidence, because we have all the faith in this council. We don't necessarily have faith in the board, and you wear 2 different hats. What I would like to request from this council is we make this board like many of the other city boards, so we have 1/2 public representation, 1/2 city representation.
Okay, so most of our other, yep, it's great. So we're going to have to take that to the board level, correct, Sharon? Just so I'm clear, not a council decision.
If I may, Your Worship, my request would be, as council will recall, they have asked for a report back on the composition of the board, specifically with respect to those 2 vacant positions, and that report is due to come back in the very near future. And so if... correct, it's coming to council. Council had made that request.
Okay, so, no, I think it's Airdrie Main Street Square.
You're correct.
Yes.
It is Airdrie Main Street Square.
Twice in one night, I'm correct. Thank you so much for that, Sharon. I appreciate it very much. Doesn't happen a lot, folks. So just so I have Mr. Hassett's question clear, he's requesting, so CSAB, Airdrie Library Board actually has a smaller contingent of council on of those boards. Are you requesting that, or are you requesting 50-50 because this is a for-profit corporation that is set up differently than all of those council boards?
I'm requesting 50% public, 50% city.
Okay.
If I may, Your Worship?
Yes, you may.
Due to some of the information we will be bringing forward, I would ask for council to please take that under advisement and not make a specific motion in that regard.
No, I think his question has to go to the AMSQ board level for discussion. If that's okay with you, Mr. Hassett, that's
Absolutely.
what we'll do.
Just knowing that the city of Airdrie is the sole shareholder.
Yes.
It is a for-profit corporation. It is not a
Yes.
Part 9 corporation.
Absolutely.
And I know all of you believe that I'm known to restrict my writing to brief and concise statements. So
Stopwatch started 20 minutes ago and you're already over your time, but please continue.
So I would just like to be the first one to submit questions.
Perfect.
And
thank you very much. Much appreciated. So just to be clear, Carrie, can you please capture the AMSQ piece so that we have that on our next agenda, please? Thank you very much. Welcome.
Your Worship, members of council, my name is Mohammed Benini. I live in Airdrie. Ever since you've been mayor, I've been here almost every month trying to ask you to treat the taxi drivers and taxi owners fairly and with respect. As I look at the animal bylaw, I think I was keeping my hopes too high. So I would like you to treat me as good as the dogs and the cats in Airdrie. Now, my example here is...
Sorry, Mr. Bay, just, you're going on a fine line here.
Yeah.
Okay, my tolerance level is actually light tonight, so just keep it clean. Let's get to the question.
I still have
And
4 minutes left.
Let's remind everyone who has, you haven't been here for a couple of months for sure. You're not here every month. Secondly, the taxi industry is just not your company. We talk to many taxi companies. In fact, the majority of taxi companies that deal in this council chambers, they don't even show up to meetings. There's been one time, and that's being addressed right now. So I would say we've been listening very clearly to your concerns, okay? But the majority of taxi companies that represent the bulk of this community have not shared the same views as you. Please continue.
So to license my dog, it will cost me $60. And I'll have to give paperwork to the city. If after 6 months I lose my dog tag, it costs me $10, which makes sense because you have all the information and it's cheaper to get a replacement. Now, to get my taxi license, it cost me $50. If I lose my taxi license after 6 months, I gotta go back to the RCMP, do another criminal record check, go back to the registry, do another driver's abstract, and reapply to you. And this time, I don't pay $10, I pay $150. Now, my question here is, why is it that a taxi driver is punished for losing his license? What is the reasoning behind it? Am I gonna give my license to my brother to use, or why is it more expensive compared to the dog tag?
Great question. I don't have a clue. But I've never related the two opportunities at all, so I don't know. Is there someone that's in staff that could take on that question? I don't know that Mr. Locking's here. Colleen, please, thank you, welcome.
Through the chair, the reason that the replacement tags, Mr. Bonini is mistaken in that he has to reapply. If a taxi driver applies for a license, gets it, and then phones or comes in and says he's lost it, he doesn't have to get another criminal records check, he doesn't have to get another driver's abstract. We have all that on file for the year. He just has to pay the $150 fee. And the difference between a dog license and a taxi driver's license is immense. We have had cases where the driver's licenses have been stolen and then, used somewhere else. A dog license is a tag, whereas the driver's license is a very important piece of identification for those drivers.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up, Mr. Bonini?
You were satisfied, Your Worship?
I am, unless other colleagues are not.
So when you lose your driver's license, your real driver's license?
I lost it, actually.
And when
my
you
wallet stolen in Vancouver. Cost me $87 to go get another one.
Okay, but do they charge you the full year, or they like it can't be
No, it was
3 times the price of your original license?
You know what? I don't recall, to be honest, what I paid for it. All I was happy about was the photo, was the thinner guy when I got my photo back. And I don't mean to make light of it, but I as I said to you before, when we have these conversations, I'd much prefer to have a real better understanding of where you're coming from. You lob these things at me in a council meeting, and I really don't have a good answer for you. I prefer to have a meeting, sit down with Colleen or Mr. Schultz, and have a good conversation about it. Maybe you're absolutely right. Maybe it is excessive. I don't know how many people actually lose their driver's license. That was my first loss in 12 years. No, I don't think I've lost my license before. I lost my wallet. So how frequent does it occur? I don't know. I don't have any of the details on that. So,
Your Worship, I just wanted to point out things in the taxi bylaw that are unfair, and I'm always going to be here as long as you're...
And I apologize. I thought I've just heard a lot of people start talking about dogs, and then my name sort of flow into the conversation. So if I was a little harsh on you, I apologize. But yeah, anyway, thank you for coming forward, sir. I appreciate it. Welcome. Mr. Miles. Oh, no, Mr. Hughes first. Who's getting up first? Mr. Miles?
My name is Kevin Miles. I live in the Meadowbrook neighborhood. My question goes back to earlier this year when we were talking about recycling in city-run facilities. And at the time, I believe there was a motion put forward by one of the councillors regarding a report coming back and the progress made on recycling in our community halls that are run by the city. I just want to make one comment about this. I was at a wedding in Edmonton last weekend, and it was at the Leaffield Community Center. And every piece of cutlery, dinnerware, drink glasses were all recyclable. So I know it can be done, and I'm wondering where we stand on this with council.
So, Mr. Miles, Lauren knows this because we've had many conversations about how a community can institute a program and not do it themselves. Okay, we have an organics program. We were at a TNC event where we hosted, I emceed an event for seniors. We had 400 people there, and the amount of garbage that Mara collected at the end was 1/4 of a bag. And we fed cake and cookies and sandwiches and everything else. So yes, Lauren, can you just update us on when that is coming? I think it's coming actually really quickly. Oh, it's on council follow-up. Please, Lauren.
Your worship and members of council, that report is due back to council by November of this year. We did advise, we would like to steer that through the Environmental Advisory Board first, so we are anticipating that'll be the first week in November. We have had, I guess, the issue, and certainly council's comments about where we're at currently with our recycling initiatives in public facility is spot on. The reality is there's a number of different facilities. We talk about parks, Town and Country Center, arenas, Genesis Place, and there is not a one-size-fits-all to that. So we are spending time with facility managers trying to develop what's our right approach that we can apply to all of those various facilities. The one thing I would advise council is we did hear from the managers of TNC that we believe we can, even probably prior to that report coming to council, that they will actually move forward with some initiatives working, given that there's a commercial kitchen and so forth, that they will likely adopt some measures even in advance of the council report at the Town and Country Center is the indication we're getting at this point.
Excellent, thank you. And Mr. Miles, Lauren and I actually went to a company back 2 months ago, Lauren, now? I think so, somewhere around there. But there's some phenomenal opportunities for us, and they're just right around the corner. I'm sorry it's not as quick as we'd all like, but process does take time. Welcome anybody else. Please come forward. Mr. Hughes. Well, I'm not sure where your residence is right now. You may be in Calgary at the moment, building a house.
I consider myself Midtown because we have purchased in Midtown, waiting for it to be built and hopefully be in by November. I have a couple different questions. The first question relates to the Main Street Square project. And I know that we're going to go into public consultation now. My question refers to why was there a private meeting held, invite only, for this before it came out to the public?
So great question. It was a board decision. The majority of board decided that we were going to meet. We thought that it would be, I won't speak for everyone. The board decided that if we invited some of our business leaders, I'm looking at some of them actually, community leaders as well, and give them a brief preview of what this is, get their feedback right away. You know, this is bad, this is good, whatever, and kind of go from there. And that's kind of where it's evolved to today. Probably if we were to approach this subject again, I don't know that we would roll it out quite the same way. And the distinction again, and this is the problem I've always had, is I'm the mayor on one side and I'm a board member on the other. It's been extremely challenging to understand both roles. And even today, I still have difficulty with it. But I'll say it was probably a mistake. But at the end of the day, we've gone through it. I'll own it because I was one of the board members that was there and actually supported the initiative because I believed that the people that I really respected, and I'm not saying I don't respect everybody, but have a meeting with 60,000 people. And to be honest with you, oftentimes we hold open houses, and I'm looking back there at Maury and all of our police officers, transportation meetings, transportation master plans. Nobody shows up. Nobody shows up. We got 15 staff. I had a community meeting when I first got elected. I heard all this stuff. I brought out 23 members of staff because we invited all of one community to come out. Do you know how many people were here? 3. Yeah, you were close on 2. So that was the other reason why we thought if it was a personal invitation, that those people would come out, and if they really liked it, great. Then maybe they would be voices for that side. If they didn't like it, they're voices for the other side, right? But it was a decision that was made by us, and honestly, based on past experience with just doing an open house and seeing nobody show up, I didn't want that. What happened with this process? You got engaged. Everybody got engaged. Passion was opened up. The community got talking. So I don't know if it was the wrong thing to do, to be quite honest with you. Anyway, your next question, sir.
I just want to follow up on that one. You looked at me and you said, I got engaged. It doesn't take a whole lot for me to get engaged, as you all are fully aware.
All the restraining orders in the room, we all know that. I'm just kidding.
That's
just
why I'm
kidding,
allowed
everybody.
back. Can I get a commitment from the council that this would be the last time there's a private invite meeting for any project that has to do with this community?
Great question. Councillor Heck, please.
Do we have anybody from communications that maybe as a staff, or Paul maybe, just in terms of some of the consultation and the myriad of kinds of public consultation about whatever it might be? Because I'm not sure if we decide we want another, I don't know, outhouse or a swimming pool or whatever on some part of the city. A swimming pool, I think, is large. What I'm saying is that I think the kind of consultation that we start with and get feedback from is dependent on what we're looking for in that feedback.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Burley, and then Paul wanted to comment.
My comment was like a lot of things like the transportation master plan or the levies or the land use bylaw. We have independent meetings with the development community or with a transit authority or whatever to get that first before because then we flesh out a lot of the stuff we don't know to bring to the public. Because a lot of that information I'd be totally lost on if I was in a development meeting talking about the levies. And that's the type of thing that it's normally done, not this way.
In all due respect, that's totally understandable. This and what happened this time was not getting consultation. Let's call it what it is. You were trying to get the community, business community behind the Main Street Square project, so then you could push it through.
Well, certainly, I can tell you wholeheartedly that was not my intent in any way whatsoever. Zero. No, and I don't know where everybody else sits, but that's not why I supported it at all. Zero. Councillor Hunter.
Through the chair, just so people are aware, so there's 3 reasons that we go behind closed doors legally: land, legal, and labor. Anything else, council business, is our choice as to whether we do it in public, etc. With the corporation, I asked the question today of staff is it open to the public? And I will give you the response that I was given. My understanding is that they are not. AMSQ, which is Airdrie Main Street Square, is technically a private, for-profit corporation with 1 shareholder, and the meetings of the board are not open to the public. A similar situation would be, and get ready for this, everybody knows this organization, would be NMAX. The public would not be able to sit in on a board meeting for NMAX. One thing I can say about NMAX is that you're welcome to get a bill from NMAX, you just don't get any input on it. So that's a point of clarification for our citizens.
Again, all due respect, through the chair, NMAX doesn't consist of all government MLAs. Main Street Square consists of every single councillor sitting in front of me.
Yep. No. Your point is very clear, Mr. Hughes. Totally, I understand 100%. Councillor Coulson.
I just want to say that your point is duly noted. And I think moving forward, we need to be very clear about our roles as on AMSQ, our roles with the public. And now it's become glaringly obvious that not everybody understands AMSQ. Not everybody knew that AMSQ existed or that we owned the lands both south and north of us. So moving forward, I think things will be done a lot differently, and I think our board will go back and have a further discussion on how it can be conveyed a little bit better towards the public.
Perfect. One last question, if I may.
Absolutely.
As the drawing stands, I went onto the website, I've spent numerous hours scouring it. It shows a really nice public square. Rumor has it, and it's just strictly a rumor, that one of the council members who runs the farmers market, Miss Colsom, has plans to move that to that square. Is there any truth to that whatsoever?
Okay.
I was going to answer for you, but Councillor Coulson, please.
So I don't feel that I need to address this, but everybody's here. And although it is my private business, and I think I try very hard to separate my roles on council, that I have no reason to move the farmers market from its current location as a private business owner. And I'm not looking to doing that in the future. So I don't know where those rumors originated from, but I hope that they're squashed as of this moment.
So can we get something in writing? And the reason I ask, it's a huge conflict of interest, obviously. Can we get something in writing that this council member will not in the future move to this spot?
So I'll just tell you as the chair, I have no problem with the integrity of any of my colleagues, and if they say this in a public meeting and it's on record, then that's as good as any written statement you're going to see.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome. Oh, you sat down, Michelle. I thought you were going to come forward. Sorry, Mrs. Bates. See, I know everybody. Just hit your light there, go dear.
Your Worship, councillors, thank you for having me.
Just a second, so everybody knows. If you didn't know, this is Michelle Bates, chair of the Airdrie Health Foundation, and we just got 24-hour health care, and Michelle was a big part of that. Please continue.
Thank you, and that's kind of why I'm here tonight as well. I would like to thank this council for all your support financially and working towards obtaining 24-hour health care, and I'd like to personally thank Mayor Brown and Councillor Hunter and Shelley Bitts, another foundation member here in the audience tonight. It wasn't just one effort. I just unfortunately have the story. With the discussions around the amount of money that I heard that would cost to open this square, about $100 million, I'd just like to put it in your minds as a little thought that there was a land donation that was made to the Airdrie Health Foundation. And we were kind of told that it would cost about $10 million to service that land and that the city wasn't looking at servicing that area. So if we have $100 million of taxpayer money, could you please discuss and decide if you want to be a part going forward with the Airdrie Health Foundation, as well as the Airdrie Health and Area Benefits Corporation, and thumbs up as we're all working towards getting better health care in Airdrie. So please make that part of your discussions.
Great question. So it's noted. We haven't gone down that road yet, Michelle, but
Putting the bug in the ear.
No, and you and I have spent a lot of time together the last 6 years. So, yeah, there's a lot of questions to answer around that. I can't give it to you tonight, but I appreciate your comment and definitely will capture it in our meetings going forward for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Sorry, what community is she from? She's from Coopers. I don't know why I know that, but sorry about that, everybody. Welcome, sir.
Hi, Mr. Bear, ladies and gentlemen. My question is about the utilities billing. How did we get from every second month, last day of the month, to now getting billed on a 28-day cycle?
Okay,
and getting raised 15% at the same time?
Great questions. Can I grab some? I guess Shannon's not here, but Lucy, are you able to answer the question? Please. Sorry, I need your name and community.
My name is Omar Nasser. I've been a resident of Airdrie for 15 years. I live in Thornbird.
Thank you. Oberness?
Omar.
Omar. Great, thank you. Please, Lucy, thank you.
Sure, through the chair. We've had monthly billing now. We've moved to monthly billing for our utility systems. I want to say upwards of 2 years now. And one of the largest drivers around that was we did hear from our customers. A lot of times when you're planning your own financing on a monthly basis, it's easier to plan that way. So that was one reason. Secondly, one of the other important factors to us as city staff was the fact that when moving to a monthly billing cycle, we're able to monitor the water usage. So there are times sometimes where there's issues in homes where the amount of water, whether there's issues with taps, water lines, etc. What was happening is that you never caught up with those things until 2 months passed, right? So moving to the monthly gives you better monitoring of the water use out there. And 28 days cycle is the monthly cycle for it. Your question around 15% increases, the utility is a self-funded fund in the city's books, and there's a lot of expenditures that that are increasing, decreasing in that particular fund. A lot of our water costs are dependent on the service that we get from Calgary, and our water comes from Calgary and our sewage is shipped back to Calgary. So a lot of the cost increases is associated with those increases that were passed on by being a customer of Calgary's water service.
I understand that, but it's not monthly billing. It's 28-day cycle, so we're getting billed for 13 months, and you're getting a bill one day on the 4th, next month on the 9th, then on the 4th, 16th, and a lot of people don't budget for that. So why are we getting billed that extra month now? I can understand we're getting billed so we're not in shock of the 15% increase, but why is it a 28-day cycle?
Well, and I can tell
Like
you,
we're getting basically billed for an extra month. I can understand being billed monthly, but why is this extra month put in?
well, on that level, I'll let Lucy respond. And I just want to comment quickly on the utility, water and sewer. We don't manage any of our own sewage. That's all subject to the City of Calgary. We just signed a long-term agreement with them in 2014. Lauren, I can't recall. 2014, extensive work was done. We had four other communities aligned with us, Strathmore, Cochrane, and Chestermere, all trying to figure out the same thing. But it is an enormous cost to that service to provide those utilities. We're subjected to those increases. And
but it's
I don't have the
13
complexities.
It's 13 months.
No, I'm hearing you on the 13 months. So I haven't really thought about that. Unfortunately, I don't pay the bills at home. My wife does, and she hasn't brought that to my attention, but I certainly will talk to her when I get home from here. Councillor Coulson, and I think Lucy's going to respond to the 13 months. Go ahead, Councillor Coulson.
I was just going to comment that I hear the 28-day billing cycle over and over again is actually sometimes a burden to our residents. I don't know moving forward what we can do if we need to look at, again, how we're doing our billing cycle. I'm sure you hear it all the time through utilities that it's a problem and people are having their water cut off or shut off because they're not keeping up on that kind of awkward 28-day cycle. So I don't know if we need a motion to
yeah, I think you should make a motion. Yep.
I'm not sure exactly how I should word it because I guess if we could just look at options as far as our billing cycle.
Other than the 28-day?
Other than our 28-day cycle and really take the residents' feedback that we've been getting since we switched over and look at what can be done differently and why we chose to go down that route.
Yeah, it would be interesting to get the information on how many people have actually been cut off because I've heard that from a few residents as well.
Are you
Councillor.
okay with my motion, Sharon?
Yes, Your Worship. Okay.
Yeah, no, she's good.
Your
Councillor
Worship,
Chapman.
I'd just like to add to that as well. I thought it was a monthly billing cycle as well, and I never put it into perspective being 28 days. And I just sat here and did the math, and it is 13 payments. I won't be the same because I don't do the bills at home. That's what Cheryl does, so I'll be going home and asking her when I get there.
Somebody's in big trouble tonight. Yeah. All right, we have a motion in front of us. Thank you for that attention,
Thank you.
Omar. All those in favor? It should be unanimous. It is. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lucy. Welcome.
Sorry, a little slow.
You're not slow, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate you hearing me. My name is Mike Watkins. I live in Airdrie Meadows, and I'm probably your closest neighbor. My question is basically about Airdrie Main Street Square and the whole project. Up until the 31st of May, I was a tenant in the other mall. I have since sold my business and moved on. My question is this: when I look at the project as a whole, when it comes to the fourth stage, I will have a 3-story
car garage within 30 feet of my back fence. I've spoken to several real estate people, both in Airdrie and in Calgary, and I've been told that will affect my property value negatively, anywhere from 5 to 25%. And one person, one real estate person from Calgary said, this has already been announced and it's on the website. It already has affected your real estate value. So my question is this, was that looked at when you brought it up? Was that looked at how it was going to affect the residents back here? And I understand at the far end down there, there's another 3-story car garage, which I believe, and I appreciate you all phoning me back, Councillor Coulson, you said that they would be digging it in because of the grade. And I believe it would be at that end, because I ran my GPS at this end, and from the city street, Main Street, to my back fence, it only moves about 5.5 feet. So my concern is that this project, and be aware, I fully support the library. I am the son of a school teacher, and I fully support the library and that. But my concern is my property values going down. And if you do look at one of the things here, in one of the things it says to engage the neighborhood and our neighbors, and I'm probably your closest neighbor. So I would like to know, was that looked at? Will it be looked at? Because quite frankly, I really, regardless of how the fronting is done on that 3-story garage, at the end of the day, it's a 3-story garage. And you know, if you look at evidence from Calgary and that, and you actually cross-reference with problems, some stuff in downtown Calgary does happen in those garages.
Great question, Mike. I don't have an answer for, sorry, Mr. Watkins. I don't have an answer for you tonight. Certainly, letters are going out to all the residents along that whole area. I mean, sorry, Linda, I'm not speaking for you, but that is the plan, correct? We will be sending out letters to all the impacted residents along this particular area, correct? Sorry, you have to come forward. I apologize. Put you on the spot. This is Linda, our communications manager.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. We will be doing everything in our power to do a fully fledged public consultation process. That includes notifying any neighbors of any kind of development or proposed development so that they have every opportunity to weigh in on this particular project.
Okay, thanks. So Mike, I can't comment because I think this needs to continue to be fleshed out. I'm not a fan of parkades, to be very frank with you. Mm-hmm. We're an environmentally friendly city. I can't imagine we're going to be doing this, certainly over here. I don't know. There's other options possibly for doing things. We have a vacant site across the street, right?
Yeah.
Just over here. So certainly there's other options, and I think obviously this needs to be talked about and fleshed out. But I get your commentary, and I think we'll be able to provide clarity here very soon.
Yeah, like I said, my concern is if it's that 25% mark.
No, totally.
That's a lot of money, and I'm sure that it's somewhere in there. But I have done a cross-reference with real estate agents, actually from 3 different cities, and that's the average. I got was about 12.5%.
Well, and you know it's going to affect your neighbors too if it's going to affect you.
Well,
so
yeah,
you're not going to be the only one for sure.
Exactly, and you know it's quite a hit to take. Especially I am retired now, so it is kind of a hit to take.
You're far too young to be retired. Get back to work, sir.
Thank you for hearing me.
Yep, no problem, and we'll continue to hear from you over the next coming months. I hope. Please, welcome. And remind everybody, don't forget about the pads in the back. If you are leaving, you certainly write your question down for us. Welcome, sir.
Brian Dole, Coopers. So my question is, City Hall is overflowing, needs to be expanded on. It's part of the reason. Has there been any thought given to following the lead of 99% of companies in the energy industry, cutting back on headcount, making do with less? Has that been discussed at all? Like, has there been any thought?
So as you heard from Councillor Hunter, labor is not a public discussion, but certainly as we move through the budget process, and I'm not suggesting anything as far as our community, we are a little, I don't want to say, I get in real trouble for saying this, but we grew by 3,000 people right? So we need to provide those services that those people need. So I know the industry is every industry, not just the particular oil and gas and energy sector is really hurt right now. But we are going through the budget process. Our meetings will be online in public, and we're going to be talking about a lot of things because, as you said, it's tough times out there. And I just heard ConocoPhillips laid off another 300 downtown. Those are high-paying jobs. We recognize that. They could be some of our community members right now. So, yes, I don't want to answer your question specifically, but city isn't necessarily run the same way as the energy sector. But
well, that's for sure. So just a point, my wife and I just moved into a new house at the end of April, bought a new place, and so we looked at a whole bunch of places in Airdrie. So just which ties into that, we were absolutely stunned by the number of houses that are sitting there empty, for sale, immediate possession. That all ties into this whole economy thing, which I think ties into this here. You know, it just ain't going to work right now. Wait till the economy turns around, then revisit it and spend the money and so forth and so on. Anyway. That's my thought.
So great observations. I really appreciate you sharing, Mr. Dole.
Hello.
And we have captured your comments for sure.
Hello, my name's Marnie Marr. I'm an accountant and I live in Thorburn. I have a few questions for you, but unlike Jim Hassett, I actually want to ask them. So I was one of the people at this meeting, and you know, the private invitation-only meeting, we crashed it. And I asked questions of the city manager, and I asked questions of Ernst & Young. And I got very clear answers that $83 million is nowhere near the actual cost of this. And I'm questioning, did council not know this? Why did they disseminate $83 million when that is not the answer? That is not the amount. I can go into detail about why that isn't the amount if you'd like. I have documents to support it. Did you guys not know that, or did you just not want to tell us?
So Marnie, do you have can you share that documentation so
the
everybody?
one document here for you guys for your.
Sorry, just I don't want to interrupt you. Sorry.
Yeah.
So Carrie can get photocopies for all of council.
Oh no, I have it right here.
Oh, you've already even better. So if you could present that over there.
So what it is, what the basic thing here is that this was based on the Altus cost guide. You guys probably heard that a lot from Ernst & Young. As soon as the meeting was over, I went up to the Ernst & Young representative and I said, how legitimate is this cost guide based on cost to build in Airdrie? And he said, it's not. Don't think that's the number. That is in no way the number. That was his first thing to me. And I thought, how did the board not ask this question? This is a pretty fundamental question here. So then I Googled Altus Cost Guide shortcomings. And I got this report from the Altus Cost Guide. It's 8 pages long. It's nothing major to read. And it spells out the shortcomings of this. It says it doesn't include the cost of land or buying the church. It doesn't include the cost of GST, which as a body that is a corporate body rather than the city that's running this, you're probably going to have to pay GST. So right up front, we're 5% shy. The land, we're shy. We're shy on all building permits. We don't have any deep services. We don't have any of this. I think it was really ill-conceived of the city to think that they should make this public to a lot of business people when they didn't have their ducks in a row. And that's so disturbing to me. And, you know, frankly, as a business person, I was insulted that this was what was presented to me as the number, especially when Paul Schultz made a point of saying it was going to be 100 and something million. And I said to Paul at the time, what's something? Something can be quite a big number. What does the something mean? And he said, I don't know. And I thought, why the heck is this public if we don't know? And that's what I'm here about, and that's why we created Airdrie Screwed. We don't feel like we have the answers, and we feel like maybe the city should have gotten those answers before they even came to us. It's just very disturbing. So my big questions here, and I just have a few of them, what is the total cost?
Mr. Schultz.
If I may, through the chair, first of all, attending that session, I think you were the first person I talked to. I want to put in context our discussion because, yes, you did ask the question. I felt it was a casual conversation.
I would still expect the city manager to know in casual conversation what the cost of the biggest capital project is.
Yes, but it's
Come on, This,
I'm
come on,
sorry, I
everybody.
shouldn't interrupt.
In fairness,
Thanks.
in context, I also indicated that that was the purpose of this evening, was to share a presentation with you and to go over the costs, which happened in the presentation. I did not know the exact 100 and some million. It was shared, 83 million for construction cost.
Are you saying that's the number now? Because I'm asking for the number.
Well, there are various numbers, and I can, if you look at construction cost, what was projected was 83 million.
Well, based on the Altus cost guide. Now, have you read the pamphlet about the Altus cost guide that tells you that that isn't the complete number?
I think there are, am I going to get a chance to finish?
Yeah, no, just let him have a chance, Marty, please, Mrs. Marr. Thanks.
As most business people know, there is more to a capital project than just construction costs. So there's borrowing costs, there's operating costs, there's all kinds of costs. So when you asked me the question, those were some of the things in my mind here. So depending what you put in the equation for a 10-year project and a 25-year model, you will get a different answer. And I will say, in terms of operating costs, and Lucy can help me out here, it is over 100 million. And would you, just interest, so operating costs would include interest on borrowed money, but also includes costs that you would incur whether you were building a library, I'll just use the library in this instance, as part of this project, or you were building a library separately. As soon as you expand a civic facility, like a library or a city hall, operating costs are going to go up regardless. And so that's some of the numbers put in there. Under this Main Street Square model, you would also have common costs and things like that. So I also wanted to, if I can, from my mind, put this in perspective. The Ernst Young report accompanied a concept that was worked through with the Main Street Square board. Ernst Young and the board hired, I believe, a reputable firm that does their analysis. Their analysis is simply a tool to help council make an informed decision. This is a long-term, 10-year plan. These are cash flows over 25 years. There are a number of things that are going to happen to shrink that, increase that. The economy is going to change. There's all kinds of things that could happen. So it's a master plan that had some financial analysis to give the board an idea, is this even viable? What does this look like? How does this impact the community? So that's the perspective here. If we're going to hang on specific numbers throughout the long term, I don't know if I could get to that level of detail.
See, as a taxpayer, I do want the number. And I think most taxpayers want the number. And I think if you're asking us to fund something, you have to give us the number. And the fact that you didn't give us a number that was even close to reality, you've just admitted you knew it wasn't close to reality, I think insulted a lot of people and was part of the issue with this entire project. But so I had some other questions
Just,
that weren't.
you're over your 5 now. Paul took some of it, but just if you could give me one question and then
Okay.
write them down for me, Marty,
Okay,
and I
yeah.
promise we'll answer them.
Okay, where is the negative cash flow coming from? Where is the 30% down payment coming from? Where is the city getting all of that money to go into this? Because at this point, we're looking at $30 million down payment. We're looking at $29.7 million in negative cash flow. That's $60 million on top of all kinds of other things. Where is that coming from? That was never addressed. It seemed like it just, Main Street Square had this money. Where is it coming from? Is
Okay.
it city?
Great question. Lucy.
Through the chair, I guess as we go through this process, we'll just make sure that we're recording all the public's questions. Our intent from the financial analysis perspective and making sure that we're trying to get the community to fully understand what it is that we're doing from a financial standpoint. And any questions that come from the public, we are going to do our best to make sure that we put out all the relevant information. We started the website with just some basics. We have absolutely no intent to not be transparent with the community. We want to make sure that we put information out there that has context around it as well. So I've recorded one question here, and I could, this is a piece around how are we funding this project. So I'm going to take that back, and we're going to develop some information around that and make sure that gets out on our website. We have a combination of grants and debentures is just a short answer for tonight. There's equity that is coming from the city side. The city does have equity, and that's part of the decision that flows into how we actually deliver these additional services out to the community. So I will get additional information out there on how this project is going to be funded or anticipated to be funded.
So I appreciate that very much. Just to be clear, though, debentures are debt and equity is taxpayers' money, right?
Yep. No,
So
100%.
I need to use the correct terminology. Thank you.
No, absolutely. Councillor Hunter.
Yeah,
Thank you, Ms. Marr.
Yeah, through the chair, over the 5 years I've been a member of Airdrie Main Street Square, I've asked a lot of questions. I was told I would get answers to those, but let's vote anyways, and I had a concern with that process. I can tell you that one of the questions I asked most recently is, what is the impending impact of the carbon tax that is going to be implemented in 2017, and how does it affect this project? And I'm still waiting for those answers.
So, and in fairness, points well taken all across the board, but we have to get that information for you, bottom line. So I really appreciate you coming forward and asking tough questions. Welcome. Mr. Stitt, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Chairman Mayor and councillors and so on. My name's Doug Stitt. I'm from someplace in Airdrie. I guess I have a question regarding process. If this is the largest capital project, I'm talking about Main Street Square, we're in the middle of the largest capital project the city's ever undertaken. I'm hearing from Mayor Brown that we don't have all the information in place yet. And were we not inches away and weeks away only from financing potentially this project without the information we need? How did we get to this point? Secondly, with the largest capital project coming down the pipes potentially to our community, with the backdrop of what's happened with our smaller capital projects vis-a-vis fire halls and so on, and a somewhat jaded confidence about our abilities to come and budget with these things and so on, why was the public not informed? I get the feeling that everybody in the room here is scrambling and doing damage control and throwing this back to public consultation. Why was that not done initially? And I guess my question is, why are we today? How did we get here? And how do you guys reinstate confidence with this process moving forward? Thank you.
Great questions. So, well, you've heard my perspective, and you probably read my comments in the newspaper. I'm not fully confident of the numbers either. You have meetings where we were in one this morning with some consultants, and they weren't related to the city, but Paul was sitting there with me as well. The meeting started we were meeting to talk about the 350,000, which quickly grew by the end of the meeting to 650. And in my world, 350 is where you started. Why are we going higher, right? So I get your points. They're very well taken. I told you I take ownership because I supported the process, I guess. I'm not even really 100% sure. We're here. I don't believe it's damage control, so to speak. At least I don't feel like I'm in damage control. I feel that we're reacting to the way it really should be done. I believe we made a mistake. I know I made a mistake in supporting that process. The dates for the October 3rd, yes, there was a recommendation from the board, but I did not support that. I don't even know if I was at that meeting, but anyway, that's where that came from. But that's not the board's responsibility. That date has to be set by administration, not by the Airdrie Main Street Square Board. They have nothing to do with what comes to council. They have no authority whatsoever over what we do. So we'll own it. We shouldn't have put it through the way it was put through. And as Marty pointed out, there's a lot of questions to answer. And we need to get the information out to the public in a timely fashion. And I've heard from Sharon, we're working on 48 hours response times, or by the end of the week with a lot of the questions. Yes, welcome.
Hi, Esther Brisbane, Silver Creek.
Sorry, did you want to comment?
You're okay?
Actually, before you get started, Mr. Schultz wanted to comment.
If I could, and apologize for interrupting you. And I'm going to answer, I guess, first as a board member. And we were shared public process thoughts. A lot we wanted to, it's a complicated answer. We wanted to start earlier, but it was pending on a deal of land, which we couldn't go public with. So that played into it and delayed timing. We did discuss the public engagement process. I will tell you from my point of view, and I'm going to put my city manager hat on, we're trying to balance both moving the project forward with public engagement, and we targeted a date. And targeting dates for a city manager and administration isn't uncommon. I think what happened, and I'll take full responsibility for that, it did come out as a done deal. At the end of the day, we do not set any council meetings. I work with staff. We propose the agenda, sit down with the mayor, and do final approval. Yes, October 3rd did come out. It's unfortunate, and obviously here, you're getting lots of feedback. So quickly, I did talk with the mayor and penned an email to my fellow board members and suggested that we delay that date and undergo further consultation. Now, if that comes out as scrambling, maybe there's some of that, but truly, and there are some people in this room that know me, there was no intent on my part to set that as a drop-dead date. It was simply trying to balance a number of needs and council processes.
Whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you. Can you just clarify the process and the dates and what has changed from today's meeting and the motions that were passed with the major milestone dates with regards to the open houses and when the vote will actually take place? Not necessarily the Main Street Board vote, but the council vote for final financing. Can we just get a rundown of those?
Well, I think for me, it's a separation of the two. So I was always of the belief that council that council can make the resolution like we did tonight. That was a council resolution. That wasn't, we all, well, sorry, not all of us, almost all of us agreed that that's how we want to proceed. To go into the process, I don't know if I...
Well, not necessarily the process, but the, so there's 4 open houses that are planned, is that correct?
No. Sorry, Councillor Haggett wants to comment, sure.
No, I think what we put forward in the motion is that there will be more, and then I clarified that as that information will be forthcoming, and as soon as we have that information, we will share it with everybody so that they can adjust their schedules. If they want to come to one, they can come to one. If they want to come to as many as there are, they're certainly welcome to do that as well, too.
And is there a vote date related to this initiative?
We said the motion talks about early in the new year.
Okay, thank you.
But again, remind you that we'll have a public consultation process and a public hearing around it, so. Sorry, and just because I'm going way over on public question period, it's really not fair to the residents who've come for the other stuff that's on the agenda. So I'd ask you who's left that wants to say something. Kevin, you've already approached, so I'm sorry. You'd like to say something? That's 2? Okay, well, all the hands are going up now. So nobody will volunteer to put them down on a piece of paper, your questions, or they haven't already been answered? They haven't been answered? Okay, so if we could really roll through the questions, try and limit the statement, please, and then we'll get through this. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Neil Taniguchi. I live in Woodside. I've been an Airdrie resident since the year 2000. I'd like to say, first and foremost, I think I understand in theory the decision and, quite frankly, the foresight that went into the purchase of said property back in 2004 as the city grew. I don't have my stats with me, but someone can probably quote us what the population was then. So to grow into it, to generate revenue, to offset the cost of
Sorry,
running a
Neil,
city
remember,
hall.
we want to ask a question.
Right.
Really got to fine tune it. We're running out of time.
I tend to ramble, I apologize. So, not talking about negative cash flow, will the slides be, that were presented, I was at the meeting, are they loaded to their Main Square in their entirety, and will they be?
They are.
Thank you. 2, does Airdrie Main Square as a corporation go on forever? Is there a mandate to wind it down over time? Or is its job, as most for-profit companies, to continue generating profit, growing, et cetera? Which is maybe part of my bigger question that says, should government be in business? Right? If you folks buy the fast gas out, you can run that as for-profit and use it to offset the things here. You could buy Miss Colson out. You could buy, I don't know who else of you are in business. I'm not picking on you, I apologize. So at what point is it legitimate for government to justify being in business, competing with a number of us in this room who are business people, maybe using city resources for that competition, the level playing field? Is that being addressed in some of these meetings?
Yes.
Thank you. Easy answer, easy question.
I'd love to elaborate more, but I don't want
I
to speak
understand.
on behalf of my colleagues. There's a lot coming at us tonight, so great questions. We've had that conversation at the board level many times, but when we joined the board, Airdrie Main Street Square was in existence. We own that, and we own this, and we own this. So we are where we are right now, and that could change. Councillor Hunter, very quickly, please.
Yeah, so the challenge I have with it is so this vehicle, which has been used in other jurisdictions, it tends to exist somewhere in between the public and private realm, and you only get to see the things that are given to you instead of being able to see all of it. And so when I'm given a perspective to invest my RSP dollars, not going to retire rich by any stretch. I'm given all of the information that is available in order to make that. And so the challenge I have with it, like NMAX, is that, guess what? You're given selected bits of information in which to make your decisions. And that's why I struggle with, we're kind of in between the public realm and the private realm, and that has never had a comfort level for me, because it really doesn't disclose to you, the citizens, who are going to be paying for this ultimately, and maybe your kids and maybe your grandkids. So.
Thank you. I didn't see your hand up, but you're snuck in there pretty good. So we really gotta quicken it up, everybody, please, for respect for the other people. Thank you.
Okay, so Calvin Daling from Ravenswood, just 2 real quick questions. Is there anything tied in with that early next year date? Like, are you trying to hit some other date here? I'm concerned because we've already seen some challenges with trying to hit dates, and I want to make sure that we're going to take as much time as it takes. I mean, the animal control bylaw took a long time, and rightfully so. There are a lot of good questions. This one's taking, we're trying to give it a couple of months here, so I just want to make sure we're going to take as long as it takes.
Absolutely, because that's why we're talking about the feedback right now. Agree, 100%. Public consultation is king. Welcome. I was worried that was an Oilers hat, but it's a Flames. You can sit down, sir. Thank you.
My name is Bill Taves. I'm from Sagewood. I have a question with regards to whether I understand those drawings right with regards to traffic. Are they considering making Main Street 1 lane each way? And what's the logic behind that? I'll just ask the other questions. Did the business owners that have property around here, were they consulted that they were going to be going into competition with a public funded organization? And just to add on to a little bit of one of the other questions with regards to the taxpayers being in competition with private enterprise, would this council consider restricting their tenants to their own use? Like, they wouldn't go into competition with, say, somebody trying to sell clothes, opening up, because we're seeing cafes shutting down just across the street. Are you going to go into competition with the cafe? Restrict yourself to government use with this corporation.
So 3 questions. First one is, not that I'm aware of, that we're going to go to 1 lane, or not that I'm aware of. If that's a plan, someone needs to let me know. As far as the neighboring businesses, my guess is no, that we have not talked to them directly. I think they're aware of it now because it's out in public, but I don't believe we've talked to them. And as far as that question around AMSQ, that needs to be hashed out amongst the board. But great questions.
Maybe I misread one of the drawings that I saw, but it looked to me like they were restricting traffic as one lane each direction on Main Street.
Well, I've always said that the drawings of the square look like little ants and that the street doesn't quite look as large as it should, but it's a rendering, and that's what the architect told me anyway, because I thought it looked a little larger than we actually have myself, especially since this is all filled in. But thanks. So we're getting down to the end, you guys, so we got two more, I think. Thank you.
My name's Bill Pollock. I'm from Coopers, and I've been here since '96. I just wanted to say that this issue is obviously very unique. It's brought out unique passion to the community, and I think it requires a unique way to make the decision. And that's why I believe a plebiscite is the right way to make this decision. You should not be allowed to decide on your new office by yourself. The people paying for it should.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Your Worship.
Welcome.
Council members. My name is Diane Federation. I'm a business owner here in Airdrie. I run Airdrie Counseling Center. I realize that the economic downturn has affected many, many citizens in Airdrie. Several hundreds come through our door. I'm concerned, and my question is around you said it will be a wonderful place for people to see. It will be a good optic, really, for Airdrie to have this nice center. My concern and question to you is, what about the optics for the people who are losing their homes, for the people who have lost their jobs? I know that office space, from what I've heard and understand, is an issue. I know that because of the economic downturn, there's a number of businesses in town that have a lot of empty offices, ProPac being one. People that used to come to our agency for counseling no longer have their benefits, and many have lost their jobs from ProPac. Is there an option for the city to rent existing office space in the city to meet some of the office space needs? Much of what is done through computers. You don't necessarily need to sit across the hall from people. So options around office space, options around considering the people who are losing their homes, the people who are feeling really quite desperate. And there's only so much as a counselor that can be done to help people because the resources are dwindling. And so those are the questions and concerns that I have.
Thank you, Mrs. Federation. And I know the great work that you do. I remember you at Community Links not too long ago. This council and this administration we're very aware of what's going on in the community, our community and other communities. It's really, really tough out there. I don't disagree with a lot of your suggestions. In fact, I've talked about them. Certainly the one, I hear we have no office space, but I'm of the same vein. I've been to those businesses. I've seen some of the terrible things that are going on right now. So I totally concur. So everybody knows, Carrie, your questions won't be in the minutes verbatim, but she's taking down every single question, not necessarily the comment or respect to the process maybe, unless there was a question around the process, I think that Marnie made. But we will address all the questions.
Okay.
That I can commit to.
I have one more question. Has this council considered supporting the construction of a women's shelter?
Sorry, have we considered what?
Pardon me?
So we just, we approved in the budget cycle with FCSS funding, $100 and something thousand to go toward, so I think last year, I forgot the numbers wrong, and talk about rambling, I'm a rambler. Our community services group led by Clay Aragon, who you know. Clay is getting all the fine details around this. So when we've had these discussions in the my 5 years or 6 years, 6 years next month. Oh my God, where does the time go? I had a beard yesterday. Anyway, so he's meeting with us here in the coming month, I think, month or two. Remember, no yelling out during my speech here. So it's been a long day. I apologize. I didn't sleep much last night or the night before. But he's bringing back the details. So we want to know of the 550 or so domestic complaints, or if it's higher or lower. I don't want anybody to marry on my numbers.
Yeah.
But how many are repeat calls? How many are people that are just get a call because the neighbor can hear them down the hall and it's not an altercation that's worthy of something? We want to know specifics. So that information is flowing to us very, very soon. So we'll have an idea. I know there's a golf tournament, I believe, this week for that initiative. I've met with the leadership of that initiative. I know I see our MLA in the back row there. I've talked to her about it as well. So it's definitely on the radar. And that's all I can tell you. I would really encourage you. Council follow up, Paul. Do you know when that's coming back to council? The initiative. Sorry, if Michelle's here, if she knows. Yeah, no, she's not. Oh, she's away. Anyway, Mrs. Federation, I have your number. I will call you tomorrow and I'll let you know. I'll talk to Clay myself. And I'll find out when the details are coming back to go before council.
Good, thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe it's early next year, but I'll find out for sure tomorrow. Yes, so it says January on our follow-up. Thank you.
Your Worship, council members, thank you for giving me some time to speak with you. I must say the overarching feeling that I have right now is one of anxiety associated with being rushed, that this is something which people are hoping will be brought quickly to conclusion, and some decisions that were partially thought through were taken, and there's a bit of a circling of the wagons, as it were, of those who are in favor of this wild expenditure, and there's a little bit of covering of people's bottoms. I'm specifically interested in knowing about the church, the idea of City Council buying a church, demolishing a church.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. What's your name and where do you live?
I live in Airdrie. My name is Greg Marr.
Greg Marr. Okay, thanks, Greg.
So I'm quite interested to know which of the councillors were in favor of purchasing the church, demolishing the church, building an accommodation for the church in the new center square, subsidizing the church, and how they chose that specific church to offer this fantastic deal while charging the city resources utilizing the space, aka the library in a quadrupled size and a city hall in a doubled size. What's the justification for that, and can we ensure that the entirety of the complex is zoned church so that others can also take advantage of this great opportunity?
Great question. I don't know about, private corporation, our votes public. Can somebody answer that question for me? I know the lawyer's chomping at the bit back there to answer it for me, but just Sharon, I don't know. I know the way I voted. I'm certainly willing to put it on the public record, but.
At this point, I think it would be totally up to the board members whether or not they released how they voted
Okay.
on that particular item.
Well, put it to the board. Paul, Lucy, Councillor Coulson, now, do you want to release or do you not want to? Councillor Hunter.
Well, so in my mind, I haven't voted to build anything. We asked a question as to what should we do with that building that looks like something from that 70s TV show. And the idea was come back with some options as to what we could or could not do. We looked at a bunch of concepts, so this wasn't the first. There was a bunch of different renderings. The one thing that I was hoping to hear was that maybe we should divest ourselves of being in commercial real estate ventures and competing with citizens, but that did not come forward. So we voted on a concept to look at what to do with this, and again, all these other things morphed into it. So again, to me, it's not my decision, it's your decision out there. So, and the target I would like to see is third Monday in October of 2017.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to?
Just one other comment. I would hope that we could slow this discussion down because it is the first public discussion.
Yep.
And so that the soundbite that doesn't go out in the newspaper and on the radios is that get up here, get your questions, sit down, we got to move on because everybody's got to get home for dinner, and let the other people that have taken the time to come here tonight come forward and speak, because they really are a very impressive group of individuals who've donated a great amount of resources to the community and invested a great deal in employing Airdrians, and they need to be heard and not swept aside quickly because we want to not get into any embarrassing situations.
Excuse me, Mr. Marr. Just so you know, you've made more comments than questions, number one. I've allowed that. I've been extremely generous with the time. So the procedural bylaws online, I can send it to you. I got a copy in my file. It says it's a half an hour allowed. It's now 8:45. The meeting started at 6. I've been extremely generous with my time. I've indicated that we will have a public open house. We'll have a public consultation process as to any decision as we move forward, and you will have ample time. And every single person in the room who's here to speak will be allowed to speak, and that's, you can watch any other council meeting we've had. I ask people, are you sure? Are you done? I want to hear from everybody. But in fairness to the people who've been sitting here for 4 hours thinking there isn't very much coming forward, because our public question periods are normally very quick, 15, 20 minutes at the most, we've been almost 3 hours, and I think I've been really generous extending the time. And honestly, I don't appreciate the comment because I think I have been fair and reasonable. That's all I'm going to say.
It wasn't directed necessarily specifically to you, Mayor.
No,
I'm
no,
not
I appreciate
singling
that.
you out. Okay.
But thank you, Mr. Marr. Appreciate it. So we got one more. Mr. Dole, you want to come forward? And then we'll wrap it up, and I do appreciate everybody. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Your Worship, Council, I'm Rob Dole, work as a realtor in this town. I've been living here since 1990 with my wife. We're on an acreage in the newly annexed lands. We are a builder in town as well. And I guess my biggest question is, has the church site been purchased, and is there any conditions?
How about no?
The church site has not been purchased?
No.
Okay. Was it discussed, and how much was the amount that was discussed? Because we'd like to get that on record.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Mr. Schultz.
Through your worship, what I was going to say is there is an agreement in place, but it is conditional.
So it was done in anticipation of the Phase 1 plan of this construction, this project, Main Street Square.
It was conditional, and one of the conditions is council's ultimate approval for the project. So it was always contemplated that council would make the final call whether they wanted to invest in this project or not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I thought that was the last one. Okay, you're the last one, right? Please.
I'm not here to ask about.
Oh.
No.
Oh,
I'm
welcome.
Here to ask about the
Welcome.
dog
Come on
bylaws.
forward.
There's a few of us at the back that would like to talk about the bylaws for the animals, please. We could move on to that.
So what so let's complete public question period, and then I'm going to ask you to come back up. I'm going to change the process a little bit. Okay, is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so anybody that's left at the Civic Square, you're here sorry, you did have your hand up. You're the last one. Come forward, please.
Good evening. My name is Jared Crockett. I'm employed as a chartered professional accountant here in Airdrie. I'm also a longtime resident, close to 30 years. I have a list of questions here. I won't ask them all, but I do have two very specific ones. Have city staff taken any time from their regular assigned duties to prepare the square proposal? If yes, what is your estimate of the cost to taxpayers for this?
Mr. Schultz, do you want to take a stab at that? Or Lucy, sorry, I didn't see you there, Lucy.
It's a big question.
Sorry?
It's a big question. Through the chair, and I appreciate the question. I anticipated the question coming up, And we will put additional information out on the website, as I mentioned earlier, to try to make sure that level of transparency and understanding comes to the community. When you ask a question like, what is the effect on the taxpayer, you have a number of things that are working in this particular model. First off, I just want to ensure that there's an understanding that the stage that we're at right now is conceptual. So you have a master plan out there. We have a lot of getting further down to details. And as you move through development exercises like this or any other large project, first of all, you envision what you want your future to look like, and then you go through some high-level analysis and whatnot about what its potential costs are and whether it's feasible. And this is where you see us bring in people like EY, Ernst & Young, in order to help us with that, because in-house we are not development experts, and that expertise has to come from elsewhere. As you then move forward from there, there's a lot of detail that goes into, for example, what your library will look like. Now is your time when you need to walk down the road of determining what programs do you want to be held out of your library, and the answers to many of those questions will better define what your tax rate increases are going to look like to the future. Right now, we've landed on a library space that is approximately 44,000 square feet. That's based on the assessment that was done in 2015. What will or will not be from the library standpoint will become more refined as to what size we're going to end up with, which will have a big driver on the costs out there. So you have there are additional services that are going out to this community where the library is a big piece of it, and a larger library will result in higher operating costs. Right now we have those operating costs estimated in this model at the rental cost at $20 a square foot, plus additional factors that Ernst & Young used for the common costs as well. That is, I think the rent cost is almost $900,000 as you move forward. And I guess long and short, as I'm trying to answer your question here, is there's other factors that'll go into what the actual tax rate increase will be once that library is up and going. In this particular model, we have Airdrie Main Street Square that is also producing income that will also come in to offset those services that are out provided to the community.
So
I recognize that the
in
community.
other words, you don't know the answer to my question. I didn't ask that. Quite simply.
I have recorded your question, and we will provide a more full details out on our website of what that can or cannot look like. I guess.
But my question was, to date, what is the cost to taxpayers? Very simple.
Your cost to your.
Not the future. Today.
Okay. Today,
Yeah.
Today, what is your cost to the
date.
taxpayer?
Here.
To date, what is your cost to the taxpayer? Okay. The cost to the taxpayer to date is representative of the expenditures that have been incurred in Airdrie Main Street Square. We've spent about $190,000 on this particular project. Those costs are actually covered by the operations of Airdrie Main Street Square.
Okay.
The cost to date to the taxpayer currently is $0.
All right. So my second question, very simple. The Square project has proposed to house more city staff under one roof. What synergies, economies of scale, and efficiencies will I, as a taxpayer, and the business community realize from this?
Sorry, my light was on, Jared. Great question. I can't give you the answer at this moment in time.
Do you think it's unreasonable for the board or council not to know that answer?
Well, as I said to you before, I don't have all the answers yet. That's why we're going to public process. That's why we're getting all the information. That's why we've contacted, who is our financial consultants? Ernst Young, to release their data so that we can get it out into the community so you can see what we've seen.
Thank you.
Totally. I appreciate your questions, though. Yeah, you can certainly make some comments. Jared, you got copies, right? Perfect. Thank you very much.
Through your worship, if I could make a couple comments, and it's just on the City Hall portion of this. And maybe I'll just go back. There was a few questions ago. As you know, we're a rapidly growing community, and we anticipate, we look forward, we plan 10 years to see what that growth impacts on civic spaces. In this particular case, and I just wanted to say, we are using alternate office spaces. In fact, I would say we're not crowded in this particular building at the moment, and one of the reasons for that is we were anticipating growth, and in fact moved 60 staff last year out of this building, essentially to buy time till 3, 4, 5 years down the road. We would need that space, anticipating similar growth trends. So truly, we have seen the economy. We do take that into consideration, and we have moved staff. Now, you can probably debate these points. As a leader of administration, I do believe there are synergies with the various departments. Whether it's your financial services, whether it's building inspections with development, whether it's, and it's simply the fact of teams working together. My preference overall would of course be to have those teams together, those like teams, and you do see that in lots of city operations. We have a lot of our operational folk, parks, public works, those in separate facilities, so there is no desire to move that, but a lot of our administrative staff, ideally in one building, just as maybe some other businesses would consider, I think is beneficial to the taxpayer. If you don't, I certainly in my subjective point of view at this point, but I also wanted to clarify this particular space up until a year ago when we did move 60 staff out was starting to get to that point where we would have to do something. And so that's why we made that decision, and essentially buys time. If this project doesn't go forward, we will have to look at alternatives in terms of how we accommodate staff in the future. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul. And Councilor Hunter.
Through the chair, a couple of things, just so folks know that Councillor Bellick is ill tonight, but he is or has been listening. We didn't have a live video stream. We had an audio stream, and I was informed that at 8:07 we lost that audio as well. So again, I'm disappointed that a whole segment of our community wanted to listen and couldn't. The challenge that I have is my understanding prior to me getting on council, I've been 5 years going on 6, but that the current City Hall and the building we're sitting in this Main Street Square was supposed to meet the needs of the city for some 30 years. And I don't know that that's an accurate number, but in my mind, I don't think that happened 30 years ago. So I'm having a little bit of a problem with the math as to how we're advancing something that was supposed to last for 30 years.
Okay, thank you. If it's all right, and as I said, I'm not rushing. It's 10 to 9. I think I've been very fair. We breached our procedural bylaws. I appreciate everybody's coming in here. I am 100% about community engagement and also getting all the right answers. I can't make a decision on anything until the majority of these questions that came here tonight. So I can't thank everybody enough for caring about this community, to stepping forward and bringing it forward, because believe me, nothing happens without you. So thank you again to the people who came out. And I don't know if you'll want to stay for the rest of the meeting. I promise you it won't be that exciting, but it may be. But thank you again, and we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, everybody. We're going to reconvene, please. If you could take your seats and we'll get on with the agenda. Appreciate the patience of the people who are here for the animal control bylaw final reading. And we are moving on from public questions period to item number 9, and I'll ask for Deputy Mayor Haig to make introductions, please.
Thank you, Worship. I see Lynn and her cadre of partners are up to present our third reading of the bylaw.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. I'm here tonight to ask for third reading to the Animal Control Bylaw, B 33, 2016. The background, we were here on September 6, where staff held a public hearing and presented the proposed animal control bylaw to council. First and second readings were passed with the following amendments. The number of cats permitted to be licensed on any city premise to 3, and start an education campaign with regards to cats and enforcement of trapping sections dealing with the cats beginning of January 2017. And then there was a few changes to the license fees, no fee for foster dogs and for cats, and then the change to the fees to 30 and 15 for cats. Alternatives and implications. Council can choose to give third reading to the proposed animal control bylaw. This would indicate that council is satisfied with the bylaw in its current form with the proposed amendments. Council can choose to not give third reading to the proposed animal control bylaw, and this would indicate that council requires more changes. Communication plan. Municipal enforcement will work with corporate communications to develop a plan. And the recommendation is that council gives third reading to bylaw B 33, 2016, being the animal control bylaw.
Excellent. Thank you, Lynn. So there was what's the process, Sharon? Because I did indicate to a young lady in the audience that she could come forward when she was in public question period to address this issue. Do I just reopen public question period as it relates to this issue? How do I do that? I know I love giving you lots of tough ones. Tonight's the night.
My preference would be that you open your public question period.
Okay.
If you were to open the public information session that was held, then you would need to open it for everybody. So
Yeah.
public
Okay.
question.
So public question period to the person who came forward, who was going to address us. I know Nikki came forward, so we got your commentary captured. There was a question around the who came up with the dogs. You guys captured that, right, when she spoke? Wayne, you got that? Perfect. Okay, and that's who was right there. Yes, please come forward. You can come together, sure, that's fine. See, this is easy. There isn't a lineup behind you. It's really quite good. Welcome. Just hit your microphone, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you. If you could give your name and the community you live.
I'm Terry, and I live in Reunion. Simpson.
And I'm Nikki Nordic, and I live in Sagewood. You want me to go first? So there were quite a few dog care providers here, and one of our questions and our concerns is the proposed limit of 3 dogs per person at the off-leash dog park. Specifically, why this bylaw is not listed in other places like Red Deer, Lethbridge, Winnipeg, and what issues we're seeing in Airdrie that we feel that proposing this bylaw will change, and what research has been done to identify specifically 3 as opposed to 4 or 7 or 28.
Sorry about that. So I'll just give you my observation. So I was at actually a grand opening and right beside the dog park, and there was a dog walker there. And they were walking down the path. I won't tell you if it was male or female, but they had probably 10 or 12 dogs. And I watched those dogs defecating. There was no bags. They just strolled around on the pavement, and the dogs ran wild. And so there was, that's been part of the conversation. I wish you were here for the debate and the public hearing, because there was a lot of information shared there. I'm looking forward to hearing what staff have to say as well. There's a question from Councillor Hunter, please.
So I guess, so I understand what staff's reasoning was. I guess the challenge I would have do we have the ability to say, so if you are a professional dog walker and you do have the training and the resources to do that, I think if I get a sense of this, the intent is, what about the people that have all those dogs out there that don't have the training, the resources, et cetera? What risk is there to the public, to the other dogs, and all those different things? And so that was my take on why. And so I'd be happy to entertain, could we say that individuals that are in that line of work could apply for an exemption and whatever that might look like? So.
Sorry, what are you looking for? Like, how many dogs is a reasonable amount?
Just to quickly add, that grand opening and that conversation with that person was with me.
Yeah, I know it was.
Okay.
I didn't want to say that. But
Okay, sorry. I agree with you that 12 is a very large number and very difficult for any one individual to take care of.
Your hair is pulled back. That's why I went over to Candace and said, that's got to be, yeah, anyway, sorry. I didn't recognize you with your hair up. I apologize.
I change it once in a while. On behalf of Terry and myself, 4 to 6 would be reasonable, a number that we feel that dog care professionals, actual trained dog care professionals who are paid as their profession to take up other dogs and take them safely to the dog park, care and control of them, pick up the poop, watch the behavior, make sure that they're safe from harm, would be a reasonable number for a professional dog care provider.
Pretty big change, 4 to 6. Are you thinking 4 or are you thinking 6?
Pardon?
Are you thinking 4 or are you thinking 6?
To a number? 6. I hear from the background.
Is she your
I'm
client?
hearing
Because you're
6.
conferring with her.
No,
in the...
she's actually my competitor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No. I know you just look like you're
No, but-
in front of the judge and you're
No,
conferring
but-
with your client.
You've got Terry, who owns a competing dog business.
Yep.
You also have Victoria, who owns a competing dog business, and we're all here for the same
Yeah, I think
purpose.
Victoria was here last time. Were you not? Yes, you were. Thank you. So is it
So we'll
4?
say 6. We'll say 6.
So also for the professional dog walker, 6. So you have no trouble keeping an eye out, walking over, figuring out whose stuff is hers, or whatever, and then managing and visualizing everything else with 6.
For 6 Chihuahuas, not a problem.
Well, I've seen some of the dogs you have.
No, but it just
Yeah.
so it depends on the professional dog care provider's judgment. Would we take 6 Great Danes in a
Probably
car
not.
to a dog park? Absolutely not.
Okay.
Would we take a sibling set of a golden retriever with a poodle to the dog park? It depends on your judgment, and with our hours of experience, education, we can make that judgment call. And
Great.
I've never taken.
Great perspective, and I appreciate your excellence and your occupation. Councillor Chapman.
Your Worship, as you know, I wasn't here 2 weeks ago. I was in Qualicum Beach, and I was actually watching this on my telephone walking down the seawall in Qualicum Beach. I was watching the debate, so it was quite interesting. And watching some of the people walk dogs along the beach. There was loads of them. There was a professional dog walker. I don't know how they have that many leashes wrapped around their waist, but if these dogs decided they wanted to run, she was done. But they didn't. She had care and control of the dogs, and I don't think 6 is an unreasonable number. If you have care and control of your dogs, I think we have to trust our professional dog walkers to know if they're going to be overburdened. And they are in an off-leash, or if they are on an off-leash, if they are walking, I think we have to trust them. Do we have a limit of how many kids can be in a day home with one person? How many kids can be in a day home with one person? 6? There we go. I'd rather look after 6 dogs than 6 kids, and trying to walk them. I don't have an issue, Your Worship, with 6 dogs, because I think we have to trust our professionals that they would know the limits of the dog and know the dogs they are looking after.
Father of 4 whose wife left, I totally appreciate what you just said. That's a great comment. Councillor Coulson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So through the chair, I agree with Councillor Chapman. Obviously, that was what I was advocating for at the last meeting. But I think also, too, we need to relook at the limit, as I have received emails. I know Council has received emails. I don't know how many private conversations you've had, but I have had a few about us limiting the amount of dogs that are allowed per household as well. So I guess after Your Worship, after you speak to public question period, I think I would love to hear the debate one more time.
Sure.
After everybody's had an opportunity.
Sharon shared with me, because Lynn put me on the spot, said, well, you guys decided how many dogs could be there. Well, no, it wasn't me. It was before my time. It was in 2006 or 7. So thank God it wasn't me, because I don't remember having that conversation. But it came about because somebody in the community had a ton of huskies living in their backyard. They didn't clean up their debris. It became a farmer's field for all the neighbors, and I think that's how that whole conversation evolved. They didn't have any leverage at all to fix the problem, and I think that's where that came from. But I'm certainly interested in the debate. I'm fine with the professionals who know what they're doing to make a judgment call and have that limit. I don't know how you manage that from a municipal enforcement perspective, but I wait to hear back from you. I don't know if there's anybody in council that wants to weigh in on this conversation that hasn't spoken. Yes, Deputy Mayor Hague.
Thank you, Your Worship. So that would be my question exactly. Now, if that, say we decide to make that decision, is there a way that they would be able to be identified so as, I don't know, with an identification tag or something that would make it easier for ME or any enforcement that needs to be done so that they're recognized versus having to go and check each time? I mean, obviously over time for certain individuals, they would come to know who those people are. But I think there's also some need that there needs to be some kind of identification, so that also makes people who are just taking their dogs out for a walk or in the dog park themselves, that this is somebody with that amount of dogs that they know can control those dogs. So that would be kind of, I guess, the parameters that I would look for if we decide to increase that number.
Can I also just quickly add and advocate for, there are people in Airdrie. Airdrie has 10,000 licensed dog owners that are capable of taking more than 3 dogs. There are individuals in Airdrie who struggle to take care of their 1 dog. So I struggle with why we are blanketing a population in a city as large as ours with specifically the number 3 where it's not happening in other places around Canada.
Okay, did you want to comment?
I totally agree with Nikki. Like it
Sorry,
depends on-
just for our worldwide audience, do you want to just talk in the microphone, please?
I agree with Nikki, and I think it all depends on the dog owner. It's not.
So both of you are saying no cap on dogs, is that right?
I think we should reevaluate care and control of dogs in general.
Okay, so what are your recommendations then, Nikki?
To define.
So and look at it from a resident who's not a professional, who doesn't do what you guys do every day.
Absolutely, but that's where I'm saying is that I know residents who have 1 dog and struggle to take care of that 1 dog. So whether it be the members of the dog profession hold courses or community events to try to help and handle. There are a number of trainers in Airdrie. I don't know specifically what the answer is, but there's such a diversity and the dog community is so vast in Airdrie that I struggle with blanketing it on everybody. Everybody has the same level of care and control, and limiting it and penalizing those who can take 4 dogs to the dog park. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It does. Sorry, yes, it does. Any other commentary as it relates to dogs?
Your Worship,
I'm sorry, Councillor Chapman.
Is there an accreditation for a dog walker?
The dog
Is there
world
any
is
kind
not-
of accreditation form or anything like that? There's no.
The dog world is not regulated by any means. For us personally, I'm a strong believer of pet first aid, so that's something that's mandatory for us. But numbers, handling skills, leashes, it's sort of up to the discretion of the dog person. There are councils like the ADPT for training, and they talk about things like that, but there is no standard across Canada.
And I agree with you. There is people, and you know my experience, that cannot control 1 dog, and it turned out very poorly for my son. And that was just 1 dog, but he's gone to the dog park, and there's been numerous dogs that have been under control of a dog walker. So, yep.
Thank you. Anything else, Denise? No? Sorry, I apologize, Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, it's not actually directed to ladies, but they did bring up care and control of dogs, and this council did decide to scrap not being able to bike ride with your dog because being in care and control of your dog is being in care and control of your dog. So I'm just wondering why we are choosing to.
Sorry, what, scrap?
So the original bylaw.
Oh, you mean you couldn't ride? There was
you could not ride your bike
or
and have your
rollerblade
dog
or yeah, you still can. Yeah,
you
right.
still can
Yeah.
because we decided that care and control is care and control.
Yep.
So under the bylaw, care and control should be across the board, whether that's leash walks, off-leash walks. And as far as I'm concerned, as far as owning more than 3 pets, or I don't know how you could say that you can have 3 cats and 3 dogs, or you can have 6 dogs. I mean, a pet is a pet, and we have, there's federal law in place to make sure that those pets are looked after and taken care of, and I just don't think that it should be up to this council to decide who is capable of handling that and who isn't, when we have those laws already in place to protect the animals and protect the neighbors from nuisances and that sort of thing that may arise.
Okay.
If I may, Your Worship?
Yes, you may.
The only comment I would like to make is we've gone through a whole public consultation period on the animal control bylaw. At no time did council indicate that they were looking at changing that limit within the household.
Okay.
If council were to go down that road, I really would suggest that council reopen their public input session. So if your general populace
Great observation, yes.
wish to comment on the number of
Yeah,
dogs
the ones
in
that are
home,
opposite to
they could.
this opinion, yep, totally understand.
Sorry, all due respect, Your Worship.
Yes.
We added a limit for cats, so I feel that it was properly discussed.
As a result of the public consultation. So now we're talking about it. We're not, yeah, so we've opened it up to the professionals who's come forward, right? I do agree with you, maybe that's what may have to happen. So
And I-
you two are done, right?
I just have one final thing to say.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
As we have hours of experience and training in this, if it was something that you wanted to meet offsite and have a conversation of what care and control looks like, what dog behaviors look like, I do know trainers and veterinarians that would be willing to sit and have that conversation in greater
Nikki,
detail.
sorry, Lynn's going to respond to that.
Through the chair, so we have had those conversations with trainers that are regulated under the CPDT in order to define what care and control looks like in the bylaw.
Okay, but nothing, so did you guys go to the public open houses, stuff like that?
Every format I've been at.
Did you? Oh, great,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming in. I really appreciate you sharing.
Thank you for listening.
No, you're welcome. Okay, so how do we want to proceed, everybody? Sorry, I saw your light on first, and then Councillor Chapman, please. Councillor Hunter.
So through the chair, taking the limits out, am I comfortable that the existing bylaw in this form would then give them the ability to go after problem issues, dogs, in dog parks? So if there was no limit, you would still have the tools in there to say you're not in care and control of your dog, regardless of how many you have, you would still have the tools to deal with those?
Through the chair, so there was 2 questions there, so I'm a little confused. One was whether we're going to remove the limit entirely per dwelling or look at removing the limit in the off-leash parks.
Yeah, so it was theoretical if you did. I'm not saying let's do it or can we do it. I'm saying if you did and you removed those limits, do you still have enough tools to deal with people that have 12 dogs and don't have care and control and cause all kinds of havoc?
In the off-leash parks, yes, we would. In the dwellings, my understanding of it, we do have officers here who have had to deal with that situation when a municipality hasn't had a limit, and it's much more difficult. I did hear that there's no limits in place throughout Canada. There are quite a few municipalities throughout Canada that do have limits in dwellings. Some of them are for animals, meaning both cats and dogs. Grand Prairie is one that has just 4 animals combined. Edmonton has 3 dogs and 6 cats. Calgary and Cochrane both do not have limits. However, Cochrane did put in, this is where we got the idea from, did put in the limit in off-leash parks, but they put in 4. The reason why we had to use 3 was because our definition per owner is 3 in our current bylaw, our proposal. So there are numerous cities throughout Canada that do put those regulations in per dwelling for numerous different reasons. Some of them are for overpopulations to try to control, making sure that animals are spayed and neutered. So to my knowledge, Cochrane is the only one that has the actual limit for the off-leash park. The City of Toronto does have a commercial dog walker license as well, where you can, I think it's limit up to 6 dogs. You have to pay an additional fee, and you do have to wear a tag or some form of ID. So hopefully that answers some of the questions.
Yeah, so just further, so there is a mechanism that if you're a professional dog walker and you do want to go outside of the limits that have been set, there are jurisdictions that have mechanisms in place that allow that to happen?
I believe both North Vancouver, like there's some communities in the Vancouver area that do, as well as Toronto.
Great, thank you.
Okay, yes, Councillor Coulson.
So just for clarification on that, if you have a tag identifying yourself, if we're going back to an actual resident who, say, was grandfathered in with 4 dogs, how would they be able, they would have to take their dogs 3 at a time or 2 at a time. How would they identify at a park that they've now been grandfathered in?
So through the chair, I'm still unclear. So this limit was simply set for the off-leash parks, not for just walking in general. We haven't done a lot of research around what would that look like, because that's never been the direction of council as to whether we would, have to go look for getting a commercial dog walker license. So I just know from the research around that those communities do that. How it would apply to a resident, they would probably have to apply as well similarly, but that would just be a guess.
So moving forward, if the limit stands, I mean, I know that there have been people that have moved to our community with 4 dogs and have asked and been grandfathered in. So those people that exist now, how would they take their dogs to an off-leash park?
Through the chair, sorry, it was a long night. So some of the ideas was you could leave one of your dogs in a ventilated vehicle, take a dog to the off-leash park, bring your partner with you. Again, this is a recommendation from staff to put a limit in to the off-leash parks. If council chooses to remove that limit and keep with the limit per dwelling, then staff would do that.
I guess I also just struggle with, if you have 2 dogs that you're in care and control of, and your neighbor has 2 dogs, and you are, taking them to the off-leash park to give those dogs a break through the day. People do it all the time for their friends, that now you wouldn't be able to do that. But bylaw would still be able to say you are not in care and control of your dog if an incident were to happen, which is what we're doing now with no limit at these parks and no limit with leash walks. And but I guess we could vote to bring back the limit per household if we thought that that was justified.
Sorry,
but I already tried that amendment, so I don't know if I can do that again.
Just because I'm kind of silly on this one, but we have three dogs. It's been that way since '07, right? So nothing. Honestly, I've never really had a complaint. I think Nikki's commentary about professionals and foster caregivers that are professional. I consider them to be professionals because they're dealing with strays and abused dogs and everything else. That they would be grandfathered in, where I think everybody's in agreement we would amend the dog walking part, right? No one said no to that, right? I'm struggling with changing the number now when we've been pretty good. It's just not been an issue for me as the mayor. I don't know if I defer to the rest of my colleagues on the number of pets. I read the lady's letter on the cats. It was very personal, and I get that. And but she considers them part of her family. She doesn't have children, and they're her family. And you don't limit people that don't have. You can't tell someone you can't have 12 kids. So I don't necessarily disagree with her, right? So she's made a very good point. But she's grandfathered in anyway because she has all of those cats. But it definitely impacts her and other potential residents in the future. So I'm not quite sure I fully understand exactly what we're going to be putting into play here. But I think with the dogs, I'm fine with amending. But I just don't see why we would change the number, because it's been working. Unless I'm mistaken, I don't know. Sorry, lights are on. Start with Councillor Chapman first, then.
Thank you, Your Worship. So right now, we've had since 2007 a 3-dog limit per household. And has there been a limit in the dog parks? Has it been 3 dogs, or has been no limit before? Okay. And just refresh me, why did we come up with a limit?
It wasn't us. Sorry. That was back in 2007.
No, a limit for the dog parks. She just said that we had a limit for 3 in the house, but we didn't have a limit in the dog parks.
No, I'll let Lynn answer that question, please.
Through the chair, so we came up with the limit because of the amount of complaints we were getting from the dog parks, with dogs being out of control, also the amount of poop that wasn't being picked up. When Cochrane just passed their bylaw, which was in March of 2016, they put the limit of 4. And when we were doing our research, we felt that that would be a good tool to use to help us enforce that and deal with some of the public safety issues, as well as, public property with dogs pooping and people not picking them up. As Cochrane felt, as we do, it's hard to know if you have even, 4 dogs, where they're all going to the bathroom and being able to actually specifically pick it up. So that's why we put forward the idea of, initially it was actually 4, like I said, but then we had to pull it back to 3 because of our that was from legal counsel, because of our definition. And then we went forward with that to public consult, and we only got a little bit of feedback around that, and most that we heard actually did want the 4. That seemed to be, that if we were going to do that, that it was the 4. However, like I said, if council wishes to remove that section, that specific section on the off-leash park, we do have tools under the care and control that we could continue to enforce.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
Councilor.
So through the chair, I guess, so given that our ME is complaint-driven, regardless of how many numbers there are, if you get a complaint, you have to investigate, et cetera. So if it remained the same status quo as to what the rules are now, and you got complaints, because you had lots of complaints in the dog leash parks that, lots of poo, lots of, complaints and all those types of things. I'm assuming that you investigated and you laid charges where applicable, and a lot of it was talking to people, educating people that, look, if you continue to do this, here's the penalties that you could face and all those things. So I'm assuming that nothing's changed. You'll still have all those tools. So if we just left it status quo and only went after it, and again, I referred to it earlier, frivolous complaints, there's going to be people out there that decide to complain just because they're mad at someone, not so much because there's a legitimate complaint or whatever. You would have the discretion to determine whether you thought the complaint was frivolous and you took it any further anyways, correct? Great, thank you.
Okay, back to me again. What do we want to do? We're third reading. We have a couple of choices in front of us. Councillor Coulson.
So I've clarified with Legislative Services that an amendment can be made between second and third reading. So I'd like to put forth a different amendment, hopefully, than my last one, because I don't think I can do that twice. But that we choose to drop the limit in off-leash dog parks and remain status quo, which is no limit. Because that way, our residents who would like to take their neighbor's dog for a walk or help out a friend or a family member can still continue to do that.
Sorry, and I won't speak for Nikki, but she said as a professional, she would only be comfortable with 4 to 6. And she would also ascertain whether those are big dogs or small dogs. 6 Chihuahuas, no problem.
I don't know how we can put a number 4 to 6 without any proper research. To me, that's just us picking a number once again.
I'm referencing the professionals who made that recommendation.
But we also know that the dog world is completely unregulated, and a CPDT trainer can mean a lot of things from a lot of different organizations. So I have a hard time with that. But.
So, sorry, just so I'm clear, your motion would be to give people the opportunity to come with as many dogs as they want to the off-leash park?
That's as it stands now. Is
yeah, that's what you, okay.
Yeah. And I would hope that our bylaw is definitely enforcing and continuing to enforce people being in care and control of their dogs.
Sorry, to Lynn. So question for the officers here, whoever wants to respond. How much time do we actually spend, unless it's complaint driven, as Councillor Hunter said, are you guys over there policing this every day? Or are you looking at one park, then you go to the next park the next day, or do you get a call and say, we got an incident down here? How proactive is the enforcement, please?
Through the board, we do record our enforcement through the parks. We try to hit as many parks as possible through the week, time permitted. An alternative to having a limit would be to have care and control as a chargeable offense under the bylaw. That way you're not limiting or accrediting dog walkers and having to apply for a process, but you can still charge when you come across an incident where either one dog or 6 dogs are out of control.
Sorry, for clarification, I thought we already could charge care and control under the bylaw.
Sorry, I was just
okay.
Saying that pulling the limit, we would still have the tools to enforce these issues.
So, again, I'm a guy, show up, I got 12 dogs. How are you going to tell me whether I have care and control over my animals? Like, do I go, hey, come here, and they all come at once? Or do you even know that those dogs are mine? Like, how do you guys ascertain that?
Through the board, it is defined in the new bylaw.
No, I'm just trying to, because we were capping it. So I'm working off of 3. Now I got a dozen. So how do you know they're mine? That's the question. Like, so when you go over there, how many tickets would we even issue on care and control in a year? Do we know? Off the cuff? In the off-leash parks currently?
Currently, it's not within the old bylaw. Having it now,
Sorry, I thought we had it before where care and control was always a responsibility.
it wasn't properly defined under the dog control bylaw.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So back to my question. If I have 12, how do you know they're mine? Like, how are you going to ascertain? You come to the scene, you're viewing the area, I'm out there, you're counting the amount of dogs to people that are walking, and then going up to each person and saying, because if there's 36 dogs and 4 people, and we're all at different walk stages throughout the park, how do you guys ascertain who has care and control, or just because there's no incident, you would pull in and then you would leave? Sorry, I'm just trying to see it visually. I'm a visual person, so thank you.
So through the board, we do our best when we hit the parks to speak with every dog walker that's on the pathway. Perfect. Obviously, each officer has their discretion as well, so the difference would be responding to an incident or just doing a park patrol. If we're complaint driven and we go to a specific incident, typically the dogs are reported which dog, at which point you would go to that dog and ask for an owner to come forth.
In fairness, you guys did say that you do go and look at dog parks without having a complaint. You're over there just having a gander, driving around town or whatever. Okay, no, that's perfect. Thank you for clarifying. I don't know whose light was on, but I went Chapman first last time, so go Councillor Hunter. Councillor Chapman, please.
So through the chair, my question would be to Emmy. In your mind, by not putting any limits, is the public safety, is that a great concern? And is the safety of our officers and the people in these parks a concern without doing that, without some type of limit?
Through the board, I believe that without care and control, there's always a safety concern, but providing you're promoting proper care and control of an animal. So if we're responding to a complaint in which the animal is not in control, we would have the tools in place to enforce it. But the public is always at risk of something happening. That's why we're here.
So with the care and control that is now written into the new bylaw, that gives you the tools, and you don't feel that limiting the number of dogs would be more of a threat to public safety or to the officers that are having to respond to deal with those? Is that kind of...
Through the board, that's correct. I believe it's been stated that some people can't control 1 dog, some people can't control 12 dogs.
Okay, so again, then I would support Councillor Colson's to remove it, and you guys have the tools. I don't think a limit is that critical.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Chapman.
Let's have some fun. We have a couple dog parks in town that are not really defined, like the ones on the east side that parallel the highway. To me, it'd be a lot tougher to have care and control of 6 or 12 dogs in a dog park like that, because they can go down the banks, they can get behind trees. Different from Nose Creek and the one down in Kings Heights, where they're very defined. You can see your dogs. I don't know if we can say, this dog park has a limit, this one doesn't. And that's just a question that I'm putting out there. How would enforcement look on that? Because I know on the dog park, that's paralleling the highway, would be a lot tougher to control a dog than it is in a dog park that is fenced and you can see the dogs.
In fairness, Archie said the defecation rates have gone down since Doggy Doo Day. And we've walked over there a number of times over the years. So anyway, if you guys would like to respond, you're more than welcome. We're having some fun here.
Through the board, with that park in mind, I do believe that's the only one that's got a different fencing style. It's also Airdrie's oldest off-leash dog park, so perhaps that'd be something to look at in regards to fencing and gates.
I was going to say, don't talk about gates, please. I don't know if we want to go down that road tonight. I don't have enough time or energy.
I'm willing to support the status quo that we had before.
Okay, well, I think that's you're supporting Councillor Colson then. please. Thank you. Councillor Burley.
Thank you, Worship. Do we actually know how many times someone shows up at the dog park with more than 6 dogs? Do you have any idea? I don't have a dog, so I don't take it to the dog park, but I just wondered, like, is it 10 times a day somebody shows up with 12 dogs, or it's once a month that you get somebody?
Through the board, we have no stats on that. Conducting our patrols, we'd have to go back and look at how many times we interacted with one person and 6 dogs. But we don't have any specific numbers, also not being in the park all the time, only when available.
Okay. And the other comment, Your Worship, the experts in the room, they said nobody else has a limit, but they were okay with 6. So I'm sort of, why wouldn't we go with the 6 that our professionals in the field say, yeah, that's okay, we can do that, instead of unlimited, where these guys are professionals, but another dog walker might hire a student that's 14 years old to walk dogs and will have 12 dogs, and they can't control them the same way as a professional would with the 6. So if the professional's okay with 6,
Four to six. I'm kind of.
She said 4 to 6, but she said 6 would be their preference.
No,
Yeah.
I know, but you said 4 to 6, so I'm going on the
but
side of 4 Great Danes
6 would
because
be
I
their
had 2 as a
preference,
kid.
so I wouldn't.
I couldn't pull my Great Danes. There's no way. Anyway, Councillor Coulson, please.
So just, Alderman Burley, my opinion would be that I would never take more than 4 dogs to the dog park myself, because I couldn't imagine, given my one, that I'd be calling him and her and that dog, and they wouldn't be coming to me, or maybe they would, or maybe they'd run to somebody else who's calling them as well, because that happens too. But that's my opinion, and that's not stat anywhere. It's not written down anywhere, so I have a hard time implementing that when there's no consistency across the board that says that 4 is the number, 6 is the number, or 7 is the number. It's just really opinion. And
so in fairness, why would cats be excluded from that conversation? Just to
why
say.
would cats be, I mean.
Right? So
Cat
if we're going to go with
parks
the
for
dogs,
everybody.
every cat owner in town says, what? What's the difference?
Mhm.
And there's no cat walking parks that I'm aware of
There's no cat
yet.
walking parks, and there's no limits for walking cats on leashes, as far as I know.
Yeah.
But I have asked Emmy, how often are you approaching larger groups of dogs at the dog park? And the numbers were fairly low, and the incidences were really on 1 or 2 dogs that have left the dog park, or on leashes, or are out in the public that are not a part of the dog parks, which is why I'm okay with removing the remaining status quo. and
So
not
saying the
having
vast majority of residents won't have any more than 4 to 5 dogs anyway, right? Is that what
Well,
you're saying?
They shouldn't. I mean,
Okay. No, that's fair.
They should have 3. Maybe they're walking their other neighbors 3 dogs,
so
and they
are-
would have 6. I don't know.
I'm just
But
having trouble with.
Would you like me to make an amendment?
No, I want to know how we're going to deal with cats, because they're the same thing. So we've said dogs are
Well,
unrestricted.
could I make an amendment
Councillor Haig-
specific to
Councillor
the dog
Chapman's
parks?
lights on first. Yeah, go ahead.
I did? It's already on the floor?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
You're on the floor right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
could we vote on that piece, and then I guess we could move forward and address the other pieces?
Well, so Sharon,
There was a question I
just so I'm
had, just
clear,
related to
the
that.
amendment would be to the 3 readings, right? Because we failed at permission for 3rd. So this amendment would pertain to, so that would be included in the amended proposal, correct, by law?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Chapman.
Thank you. Through your worship, Lynn, you had mentioned there was a legal issue, and that's why you went to 3 that came from our legal consultants, I guess. What was that about?
I believe Carrie could correct me if I'm wrong, but the lawyer said that because we define our own, like a dwelling and owner having 3 dogs, that's why we had to keep it as 3 dogs for the off-leash park. That's our
So-
definition. Carrie will explain maybe a little bit
I
better.
believe the wording in the bylaw is you can only have possession of 3. So if you're in a dog park walking, you would have possession presumably of 4 or 5.
So if we kept it status quo, we're fine. But if we tried to change it to 6, we have an issue. Okay, that's tricky. I'm fine with status quo.
You said you wanted to have fun. Councillor Haig. Sorry. Okay, so, sorry, Councillor Burley.
I'm a little confused, Your Worship, here. When you say the status quo, Councillor Chapman, what number do you mean? 0, like unlimited, or 3?
No, unlimited.
Unlimited
Okay.
right
Okay.
now in the dog parks, not in the home.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Just so we're all clear, that's what you were talking about specifically in the dog parks.
That we are actually changing. Status quo right now would mean that there are no limits.
Excuse me, Your
In the
Worship.
dog parks.
Could you
Yes.
could you please just give us 1 minute?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep. Everybody.
If I may, Your Worship.
Yes, you may.
So the bylaw currently reads that no person shall own or possess more than 3 dogs over the age of 3 months. If council wished to have no limit in the dog park, my request would be that you let us go away and see how that amendment would actually be worded rather than amend your bylaw tonight, because we're not quite sure how that works.
Well, that helps that one. Perfect.
So it'd be a
Yes.
motion to table?
Not yet, though. Were we going to talk about cats, or are we dealing with that next time?
So my request would be that you direct staff to return with the wording of an amendment that would allow for no limit within your dog parks, your off-leash parks.
Okay.
Then I would move that, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. And no further questions.
Okay, so we are not passing this bylaw tonight, so we are going to, so then I would withdraw my amendment.
Okay. All those in favor of tabling, sorry, Councillor Burley.
Just one quick question.
Yes.
The information you're asking, Deputy Mayor Haig, is the wording of the amendment that would allow unlimited.
I believe city clerks have to check with that legality, correct? Of that being an option. To have a number in a dwelling versus an unlimited number of walkers or in a park. And that's why you're requesting time to bring that back to us.
Through the chair, what I was thinking is that we would figure out how that wording would actually work and bring back that wording. So council could decide at that
So
time.
my
which
amendment
they
could
wish.
stand if council should so wish to remove the limitation. I just don't know how we are going to have that wording come back when there is no amendment being voted on to remove the limitation.
Just 1 moment, please.
Yes.
Oh, should we move 5.9? Yeah, but how does that deal with the possession of 3 dogs? I think we need to look at it. I'm not going to try and fix it tonight. Through the chair, if council, if what I'm hearing is that council is in favor of what Councillor Coulson is proposing, and so my request is that you let us go away and come back with the wording for that amendment.
So you would have, so for clarification, Your Worship, for me?
Yes.
So you would have the exact wording in that bylaw when we go to move that bylaw versus something that we think we hear in terms of the amendment. So you would have the exact, so in that third reading, if we are in favor of it, you would have the amendment worded as exactly as the bylaw would read when we pass it in order to make it a bylaw.
Correct, but it probably would not show in the bylaw at that time. So what we would bring back is the amendment, so council could vote on the amendment, and the wording of that amendment would be exactly as it would appear in the bylaw once we consolidate it after all of the amendments that council has made have been incorporated into that final bylaw. I don't know if that helps.
So to make it right.
Correct.
Sorry, through the chair, wouldn't we just remove that stipulation in the bylaw altogether?
It affects more than one section, so we need, I really would prefer not to make an amendment like that on the
Yep.
fly.
Okay.
Fair enough. Councillor Burley.
I'm in favor of changing the wording to allow a different number of ownership and possession. But I'm not in favor of the unlimited, so I'm at a loss on how to vote on this amendment, or even on this motion.
But you didn't vote against it.
But I'm in favor of the changing it, but not to the unlimited. So,
I defer to the experts.
so is there a way, a friendly thing here that instead of, that you bring back wording to allow for a different amount of ownership versus possession in the dog parks, in off-leash parks, rather than having a set unlimited or number, and then we can, the amendment will be whether it's unlimited or a number. Is that okay?
What I've heard in discussion is I heard that there would be no limit. And I'm not sure if we bring it and say, come back again, then we're entering into another realm of debate where there is a limit. So I think what I heard was from the majority of council is to support Councillor Coulson's motion.
Yeah, and I heard the same.
So
Councillor
potato, staff has said that they don't feel that, so if we leave the rest of that bylaw intact, they have the tools to keep the public safe and to use their discretion to make sure that dog walkers can continue to walk their dogs, but people that aren't dog walkers that don't have care and control already have that in place. So to me, there's no value to amending, again, so if there's no limit, they'll use their discretion and deal with it in that area. I guess the only concern I would have is like the mayor was, if you're not going to limit dogs, how do you justify limiting cats, skunks, snakes, and everything?
In fairness, the mayor was a little bit offside because we're limiting dogs in your home still. That hasn't changed. We're talking off leash. So different. I hear what you're saying. We have a motion on the floor to table. All those in favor? Sorry, motion to table with the amendments as requested from legal. Correct? You captured it already, right, Sharon?
Yes, Your Worship, you do not need to make the motion to table, though. You can just direct us to come back with this change, and that will deal with the bylaw for tonight.
Councillor Haig, you're okay with that? Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? 2 opposed, motion's carried. Thank you. Myself and Councillor Burley. All right, we're moving steadily on.
Sorry, Your Worship, point of clarification, you wanted to address cats.
No, actually, I'm fine with cats. Yep.
Oh,
I think we can, I received one letter from one resident, and as we said, we're grandfathering. If you had 14 cats when you came to this community, you have 14 cats. So I'm not too concerned. I didn't hear a lot from other cat owners, only one since this was announced to the public. So in fairness. Okay. I can hear a few groans out there from cat owners, but so we've tabled. We're moving on to 13. Sorry, we're moving on to 12.1. Councillor Coulson for introductions, please.
Sharon is going to come up.
Thank you, everybody.
and
Appreciate it.
We will discuss council remuneration.
So, through the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, my preference, we went through 10, 11, 12. Financial position, I have an email from a resident that they had asked that I read in regarding financial position.
So can we put that under board reports?
Okay.
Thank you. You were introduced, Sharon.
I'm sorry, Your
Whenever
Worship.
you're ready, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, members of council, tonight I'm here to talk with council about the council remuneration review process. As council is aware, it has been the practice of councils of Airdrie for quite some time that the outgoing council will determine the remuneration for the incoming city council. So typically in the past, what has happened is we've formed an ad hoc committee. We've had representation from the local media. We've involved a formal council member and 2 community representatives, and these people have basically made a recommendation to council on what their remuneration package should look like. In the package lists the communities we've used in the past, along with the types of things within the package that they would review. So council has asked us to do some earlier preparation for the upcoming election in October of 2017. And so what we did was we went and spoke with our comparably sized communities of Grand Prairie, Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, Red Deer, and St. Albert. The details of each of the remuneration processes that they use are in the package. And I just wanted to point out is there is another community that does the same process that we do. And then you have a myriad of other variations, and we have them from very simple to very complex, and also from very much council-driven and council-decided to externally driven, externally reviewed and externally decided. And so one of the things that staff liked when they were reviewing the process, keeping in mind that some of the things we've heard from council in the past, is one of the methodology that staff actually would like to recommend to City Council is the process used in Red Deer, and I'll review that for council. It is a very simple data-based methodology, and one of the biggest benefits of this particular program is it would take it out of the political realm altogether. So what Red Deer does is they have their remuneration reviewed midterm, and so that's basically on a 4-year basis, unless council sees something happening that they believe it should be reviewed on a more frequent basis. So they use a selection of Western Canadian communities, and they base it all on the mayoral salary. And so what they do is, so Airdrie typically uses our 5 communities that are listed in the package: Grand Prairie, Medicine Hat, Red Deer, St. Albert, Lethbridge as our comparables. So then we could also broaden that a bit and take a look at some populations in that 65 to 80,000 range across Canada, and we could bring back some communities to council for them to decide whether or not they would like to use those communities as well. So how it works is the mayor's salary is then determined by the average of those salaries are used to determine the mayor's salary. So then the mayor's salary would stay as it is unless it reaches the point where it hits either a greater than 5% difference or a minus 5% difference. And so if there's a difference, and it's showing that the mayor's salary is higher than 5%, it would be frozen until your annual analysis showed that it should come within that range. Sorry, your 4 annual. I'm not quite sure what a 4 annual review is called. So that every 4 years. If it is less than 5%, it would be adjusted, so it would come within that 5%. In Red Deer, the councillors' salaries are set at a 55% ratio of the mayor's salary. We're not saying that the councillor salaries need to be set at that percentage. That percentage could be determined by City Council. We are nowhere near at 55% at this point in time. The benefits, they typically could be reviewed at that point, but staff would recommend, City Council currently has the same benefit package as staff, and we would recommend that that stay. Within Red Deer, they use the Alberta average wage rates posted by Stats Canada to determine their annual increase. Council could continue the process they do where that is tied to the increase that's received by staff should there be one. And so what we're suggesting is that if council likes that idea, we think that that's a process that could be implemented for the upcoming election, and we would return with information to council so they could decide on what communities they wanted to use, what that percentage of the mayoral salary would be, and whether or not they wished to use an annual COLA based on what's provided to staff, whether they get one or whether they don't, and the benefits package mirroring that of city staff. And so at this point, our recommendation is that you adopt the Red Deer process in principle and direct us to return with that information so you could flesh out what your particular program would look like. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Sharon. Councillor Coulson.
I like the fact that we're leaving feelings out of it and that council doesn't have to have a say. However, I think that the process to get, whether it's 55% or 30% or whatever it is, I would like to see that go through some kind of checks and balances with residents. So I don't know if that means that the same type of system, like an outside audit or outside decision. I don't know what council thinks, but that was just my thoughts on the matter, is that the public should be involved in that, getting us to that decision.
Just on council, or sorry, on all councillor remuneration piece?
Yeah, all of council remuneration.
Not, so the mayor would still be there, and then you go the.
Yeah, so if we're
Okay.
going to go to a strictly, you know, you put it into the program and it just decides for us, that maybe we could have whatever an ad hoc board created to decide if it's 55%, if it's 45%, because that would be a huge jump from 27 to 38.5 a year if we went by 55%. And so I think that an outside body could maybe make that decision.
If I may, Your Worship?
Yes, you may.
So there's two routes we could go when we bring back the package. We could bring you back what we're seeing among communities, because in a number of communities, the councillor salary is based on the mayoral salary. And so we could bring that information back, and then council could decide at that time whether or not they felt they would like that to go out to a different process. We could do that as well.
Thank you, Sharon. Councillor Hunter, please.
Through the chair, so a couple things. So what right now is the percentage right now? So what percentage is the councillor salary of the current salary for the mayor?
I'm sorry, Your Worship, I meant to calculate that out and totally forgot.
Okay.
I could do that.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know that. Now, how would that affect, and this is something I've brought up on a number of occasions, that there needs to be, in my mind, a matching or some type of a pension for the mayor, given that it is a full-time position, the mayor's position. So how would that impact?
It's about 38% right now.
Okay.
So I would support using Red Deer with 35, 38, whatever that number is. Keep it consistent until we get to a different population threshold. But again, my question I would have would be around putting a pension in place, and how would Red Deer, in this case, handle that? Or do they, I'm assuming Red Deer already has that, but how did they arrive at that? How would we arrive at what would be fair and reasonable for a pension for the mayor's position?
Through the chair, we could research that and bring that information back. I believe we did research that information and take it forward to the committee in 2013. And I do believe at that time there was not a lot of municipalities providing a pension. I could be wrong, but it's worth taking another look at, and we could bring that back with this information as well.
Okay, is that the request to have it brought back? Okay, who wants to make that motion? Who's it? Sorry, Councillor Hunter. Okay, Sharon, you're clear on what you're coming back with?
If I may, Your Worship, I'm coming, you're basically following the recommendation that's proposed with Red Deer. We're going to bring back a number of communities that you could look at. We're going to take a look at what that percentage is compared to, for councillors, compared to what other municipalities do. And we are also going to take a look at if there's any pension typically provided by those communities.
And Councillor Coulson's point around a public consultation on the process, you'd like to see how they can be incorporated into setting the rate. Did I understand you correctly?
Just the ad hoc committee that was used in the past. If we want to, I guess I don't know.
Run it by.
What the temperature is on council or Councillor Hunter to include that in his motion, I'm not sure.
Well, I think Sharon's capturing everything, and then she's going to come back and report. I don't think we have to make that in a full motion, right?
If I could just ask for clarification, I had suggested that we bring back those percentages and then have council decide whether they want to go out to the committee at that point.
Okay.
Do you want that done, or do you want the committee done prior to?
Yep, that's fine with Councillor Coulson.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Sorry,
Deputy Mayor Haig?
Thank you, Worship. I think, so you're not including that last bullet about the Alberta average wage that Red
Correct.
Deer has?
What I would bring that back, when I come back for the program to be fleshed out, it's at that time I would ask whether council wanted to leave that tied to the staff COLA or whether they wished us to do like Red Deer and use the information from StatsCan.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Hunter.
Yeah, no, that's,
Okay, or Councillor Coulson, you've made your motion. Go ahead.
Just quickly, would we vet this through CSAB as well? Would that, or no, this is just
We
council?
typically have
Nope.
never run any council remuneration or process through any of council's boards or committees.
It's been independent because there are members of council on those boards, so
Yeah,
we've
nope,
been
fair
independent.
enough, I
Yeah.
understand that.
Fair enough. All those in favor? All those opposed? Sorry, you didn't. Councillor Chapman, it's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, we're going on to correspondence. Item 13.1, proclamation. Councillor Burley.
I'll let Sharon read the
Oh, I'm sorry.
correspondence before.
Okay,
and
or
then
Carrie can if she's got it in front of her. Oh, sorry, Sharon, you're ready to go with it. Apologize.
No problem. Thank you, Your Worship. Tonight you have 3 pieces of correspondence. One was added as a supplementary item. The first is council is being asked to proclaim September 29 through October 2nd as Artember, and they're asking that City Hall be illuminated in purple lights on September 30th to recognize the importance of arts and culture in Airdrie. The second proclamation request is council is being asked to proclaim October 7th as Trigeminal Neuralgia Awareness Day in Airdrie, and to, at that point, illuminate City Hall in teal lights to support those who suffer from this debilitating disease. And just so council is aware, we do have one city staff member who does suffer from this disease. And your third proclamation request is to proclaim October 10th as World Mental Health Awareness Day in Airdrie, and we've been asked to light up City Hall in purple lights, and that is to bring awareness to the effectiveness of bullying and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. So we'll start with Councillor Burley, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to make a motion that council proclaim September 29th to October 2nd, 2016 as Artember 2016 and illuminate City Hall in purple lights on September 30th.
Thank you. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Councillor Hunter, please.
so it gives me great pleasure to make a request for the 4th annual Trigeminal Neuralgia Awareness to light it up in teal, because I'm concerned with purple. They might think is the place down the road, but in any event, so if we could make that proclamation to light up City Hall in teal for October 7th.
Excellent. All those in favor? It is unanimous. Thank you. And finally, Councillor Chapman, please.
Your Worship, this one should be, this one's very close to some of us. I would like to make a proclamation that we proclaim October 10th, 2016 as World Mental Health Day, Awareness Day in Airdrie, and light up City Hall in purple lights, please.
Lovely flame and a lovely cause. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, Sharon. Item 14, board reports will go right to left. Councillor Coulson, anything tonight?
Nothing at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Burley.
Just a quick one, Your Worship. I had the pleasure of being at the Legion's official opening and flag raising on Saturday, and I had the honor of participating in the event. It was really very cool to do.
I heard you raise the flag.
I did. I raised the Airdrie flag, and Councillor Hunter was there in the audience, so it was great. So
That's
thank you.
awesome. And can you just, Councillor Burley, would you mind excusing Councillor Bellick, please?
I don't want to.
I know. He's probably listening online.
I know.
I'm sure he
That's
heard
why
you.
I said that. No, make a motion to excuse Alderman or Councillor Bellick.
Okay. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. So last week, where was I? Oh, COP. Congratulations. 20 years servicing our community. It was a great event. The Deputy Commissioner was here, our detachment commander. We had MLAs and a number of other high officials, plus we were hosting the COP convention, and we had visitors from 4 other provinces as far away as New Brunswick, which was kind of cool. So we had Citizens on Patrol, sorry. That was great, and just want to remind people that next week we're opening up the Veterans Fire Hall. I'm glad Mr. Hughes isn't here right now, just because he was certainly an advocate for the other side, but looking forward to that. That's on the 25th. That's open to all citizens. Linda, I don't know what time that starts, so I just have it in my computer. On the 24th, that's 1 p.m. For the Veterans Fire Hall. Sorry, Chief, you're sitting there. I apologize. And remember, we're celebrating our timber. So get involved, have some fun. Deputy Mayor Haig, my apologies.
Thank you, Worship. Just a thank you to all those who participated in Airdrie Fest and staff for organizing it. I believe it was very successful. The weather certainly helped, as well as the work that had been done for Empty Bowls and last week's food drive. And just a reminder to all our public, if you can, that those donations, whether they're financial or food based, continue because the food bank is still in need. Thank you. Councillor Hunter.
So, a couple things. So, looking forward to our Municipal Police Advisory Board meeting this week. The AUMA is coming up, but I believe I have a conflict there. I'm just going to check the dates because I've been once again invited to participate in a Canadian Forces Veteran Stakeholder Summit in Ottawa, which I will be certainly going there and standing on behalf of our veterans across not only Airdrie but Alberta and the rest of the nation. And then I would like to make a motion that we bring forward the entire Civic Square project to a vote or plebiscite or referendum, whatever Legislative Services deems is the appropriate name for that, to be voted on by the citizens in the 2017 municipal election.
I won't be supporting it only because I'm looking forward to the process and we're going to flesh out all the information. That's my only comment. If there's any other comments, we'll call the motion to floor. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is not carried. Anything else, Councillor Hunter? No. Thank you, sir. Councillor Chapman.
Sure, Your Worship, not this evening.
Thanks. He is done. He's done. Paul, council follow-up, please.
Through Your Worship, I actually believe through discussions today, we probably looked at about 3 or 4 of these, but if there's any other questions, let me know.
I think we're good to go. All right, meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for sticking around.